All right. And do we need to turn on these things? Thank you. I appreciate it. And do we have Maisha and Tom as panelists?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Maisha. We'll be starting in just a second. All right. But and try to text him real quickly here because he's on some quorums.
Well, number 1 and number 4 are both continuances, so
Okay.
we could go ahead and start.
All right, let's go ahead and start. So, do my gavel here. Welcome to the Board of Zoning Adjustment first meeting of 2025. I'd like to thank the city staff members who are presenting cases today, who prepared cases for us today. And also I'd like to thank my five co-chairmen, or actually 6 co-chairmen around the table and on Zoom. So thank you for your volunteerism and support. We really do appreciate it. It's an unpaid position. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor. So with that in mind, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Mary and let her prepare a case. Tell us about the cases today. Thank you.
Sure. I'll start with the testimony procedures for our hybrid meeting today. For everyone who is joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in the case, use the raise hand function when the chair calls the case to let staff know that you need to be promoted to a panelist position. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion to panelist. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name with the docket number that you are associated with. If you are calling in with a phone number, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. And you cannot use the raise hand function. But if you're joining by telephone, you can raise your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. Once you've been promoted to panelist, you can share your screen to display any exhibits. At the time of promotion, please make sure that you've turned on your camera and microphone to be sworn in, and so that the commission can see, the board can see and hear you when it is your turn to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. As a reminder, the chat box is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For everyone who is joining us today in person, please approach the microphone at the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. You need to have any exhibits ready on a jump drive and emailed to the planner for your case. If you're in person, there's no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. That's all for our procedures.
Thank you, Ms.
today.
Copeland. Thank you very much for the explanation. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff members who will be presenting and testifying today. If you're online, please turn on your camera and microphone. How we're looking, Sarah?
We're looking good.
Okay.
Mr. Gorns has joined us online also.
Okay, thank you. Please place your right hand. Please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Sarah Copeland, I do.
Andrew Clark, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Thank you very much, staff. Appreciate it. All right. Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify any continuances or dismissals today.
Yes, we have a few today. Number 1, CDBZA 2024-118, a request to approve a variance to the info lot and building standards to permit a shorter rear setback, plus any other needed variances on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 7 East 65th Terrace. We request continuance off docket with fee. Docket item number 4, CDBZA 2024-134, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet in the street side yard and front yard in an R7.5 zoning district plus any additional variances on about 0.48 acres generally located at 10435 Warnell Road. We request continuance off docket with fee. Docket number 11, CDSUP 2024-42, a request to approve a special use permit for group living on about 0.5 acres generally located at 1520 Cherry Street. We request continuance to January 22nd without fee. There's one dismissal, docket item number 16, CDBZA 2024-138, a request to appeal city staff's determination on the revocation of an approved alternative compliance parking plan on about 0.138 acres generally located at the southwest corner of East 69th Street and Prospect Avenue. We request that item be dismissed. And just for clarification, I would note for anyone joining us already that item number 15 will not be heard until 1:30 p.m.
Thank you for that information. Board members, do I have any motions? Or first of all, do I have anyone in the audience, either virtual or live, with questions on these continuances or dismissals? Please raise your hand at this time.
We do have one hand raised online. Kevin Barthel, I will promote him to panelist. And Ashley Scanlon.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Hey, is that Kevin I hear?
Yes, this is Kevin. A quick
And-
question. I was opposition to number 4. And it was read as continued off docket with fee. What, can you explain that further for the public, for myself? I don't understand.
Sarah, why don't you tell us about that? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to swear you in. Kevin, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Kevin Barthel.
Thank you, Kevin.
So
Uh,
it's being,
Connor, do you want to address that, or Sarah? Connor is probably he's the staff planner on this, Kevin.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so due to a scheduling conflict, it's my understanding from the applicant's email to me the other day that they are overseas and couldn't attend right now. And they're also in the process of obtaining a land surveyor to survey their property as well for further accurate information on their plans.
So off docket, Kevin, means it'll come back on our docket at some point unless they decide not to pursue the request.
and it will have to be re-advertised
Yeah,
when it
re-advertised,
is.
so.
It's not being continued to a specific date.
I greatly appreciate the further explanation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kevin.
I have a question. What happens to enforcement then? Do you guys start enforcement? Because in that case, I know they're out of compliance.
That is correct.
So what if they never asked to have it be put back on? I just,
We will give them a little bit of time, but if it continues for long enough, then yes, we will restart enforcement.
okay, so you'll calendar it so
Mhm.
that it doesn't just drop off. Okay, that was my question.
All right, and
Thank
Miss
you for the
Ashley.
explanation.
Sure, thank you, Kevin. Miss Ashley, you also raised your hand?
I did. I am in regards to CDBZA 2024-00118, and I'm just speaking on behalf of Armor Hills HOA, and just wanted to make sure that it was noted that these plans were not approved by the HOA board due to its non-compliance with the covenants.
So I've got to swear you in. You can repeat that testimony one more time,
Yeah,
Ashley. Thank you. Do you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
And Ashley, state your full name again for the court reporter.
My name is Ashley Scanlon.
Great. And what's your position with the Armor Hills Homes?
Thank you. I'm property manager through First Service for Armor Hills HOA.
Okay, great. And state your concerns again one more time.
Yeah, thank you. My concerns on behalf of the HOA is that the plans were not approved by the HOA board due to it not being in compliance with the HOA covenants, and a variance was not granted. So they are also looking for any additional plans that were submitted be provided to the HOA.
All right, thank you. And as you heard earlier, that this case is going to be continued to a future date off docket with a fee. So just kind of keep your eyes and ears posted, and when it will be re-advertised when it's ready to come before us again.
Thank you.
Any other concerns out in the audience on any of these continuances or dismissals?
There are no other hands raised online.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion from a board member.
I move that docket item number 1, case number 2024-118 be continued off docket with fee, and docket item number 4, case number 2024-134 be continued off docket with fee, and docket item number 11, case number 2024-42 be continued to January 22nd with no fee, and that docket item number 16 be dismissed at applicant's request.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Second from Ms. Mixdorf. Please call the roll, Sarah.
Mr. Gorens,
Aye.
Ms. Moran,
Aye.
Ms. Mixdorf,
Aye.
Ms. Wright,
Aye.
Mr. Evans.
Aye. Those matters have been acted upon. Tell us about the next case, Sarah.
Docket item number 2 is CD BZA 2024-167, a request to approve a variance to the height of a detached garage plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.16 acres generally located at 5424 Main Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case.
We have someone online, I'm guessing.
We do. Gordon Gilgis. And Joan.
I heard Gordon and Joe. Is that right?
Just Gordon.
Just Gordon?
Name went up, or hand went up and then went down. Stephanie, is there anyone
Yes,
else?
I'm here. Gordon Gilgis.
Gordon should be public testimony, and then Scott Murphy is the applicant.
I don't see Scott Murphy online.
Oh,
Oh, come on
there.
up, Scott. Yeah, sit next to Stephanie here. Yeah, anyone who wants to testify in the case, come on up. And who's ever speaking, talking to the microphone that's there in front of you.
Yeah.
That's
just
great.
Bring that down.
Yeah, you want to bring that down, so perfect. All right, got everybody? Sounds like. Gordon, in the virtual audience and here in the live, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Go ahead and start with you.
Yes.
I swear.
Well, 1 second, Gordon. You start and say your name for the court reporter.
Sorry, Patrick Reevy, applicant, and yes, I agree to tell the truth.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Scott Murphy, yes.
And Gordon?
Yes. I swear.
Yeah, state your name, full name for the court reporter, please.
Gordon Gilgis. I swear to tell the truth.
Okay, thank you very much. And who's speaking on the case? Mr. Murphy, is that you? Are you speaking?
Sure, yeah.
I've got to admit some exhibits. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are associated with your case. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes, please.
Those are admitted. Do you have any questions, by the way, on any of those exhibits? No questions?
No, we
There-
went over them pretty well.
Good, perfect. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case.
Mhm.
Stephanie, tell us about it, please.
Right. So we got docket item number 2, CDBCA 2024-167, located on 5424 Main Street, zoned R-6, And the applicant is seeking an approval of a variance to the permitted height for a detached garage. All right, so over here is the subject site. And this is an overview. Highlighted in yellow is the site. So this is the residence, and back here is the existing one-car garage, detached. And here more pictures of the garage and the backyard. These are the elevations for the proposed garage. And then here's the site plan. It should be oriented with how it is in real life. The red is the existing, which will be torn down. And then this box here is the new proposed garage. All right, so this is a variance of 1.5 feet to the height of the detached garage to permit a height of, sorry, not 1.5 feet, but it's 1 foot 10.5 inches. I forgot my 10. But anyways, a variance of 1 foot 10.5 inches to the height of the detached garage to permit a height of 17 feet 10.5 inches on the subject site. So the requirement is 16 feet. This proposed structure went before the Historic Planning Commission since it is in a historical district. And so the structure, like the design of the structure was approved, but the board did not specifically require the height to be brought up. To staff's knowledge, the other detached garages in the neighborhood did not exceed the height limit, so creating this trend of larger structures to occupy city center lots within a historic district could affect the neighborhood, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And that's it. Oh, so that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, just checking with you, Stephanie, sorry. Gordon, are you for or against this, by the way, before I bring you up?
I am, I'm confused about it, but,
Okay, give us,
because I'm trying to determine how grade is, determined.
okay. We're
Because
gonna
in
let Scott,
my references, it's all nearly flat. And so somehow they're
but Gordon,
gaining grade.
Gordon,
Okay,
hold
sorry.
off just for a second. We're gonna let Scott tell about, I was just trying to get whether you're for or against or had questions, and you've answered that. We will have
Right.
you come before us in just a second.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, why
Yes.
should we grant your request today, sir?
So one of the things I heard was there's not any other garages in the neighborhood. We built one right next door that's going to be a comparable, that is a comparable height, and they did get a variance for that several years ago, and this will be very similar look. In fact, that's what initiated the call to us from the Reeves, is they like the look of the neighbor's garage. We want one very similar to that. So it's not going to be a unique thing to the neighborhood. In fact, there is a variance on that one. When we went to the historical meeting, they approved the design, or I should say the concept, but one request was if you can get it to look more like the house by adjusting that dormer to make it look like the house, and we mentioned that that may bring the height up. They said that, you know, they would like that better because it would be more in conformity with how the house looks and be better fit for the neighborhood. So we did that. We had to raise the truss from a 10-12 to a 12-12 in order to bring that dormer down and give it the look like it had on the house, which caused the, I guess, additional height. We were originally still over that 16 foot. And I guess it's how we interpret it, because in the reviews that pushed me to the variance process said that there was a code that the extreme height of the building, in other words, the peak of the building, is how they're determining it. And my understanding has always been it's the midpoint of the truss.
Yeah.
And that's what Stephanie had said as well. No, it's midpoint of the truss. So we're actually, going 1.5 feet higher, according to how the code is read, I guess.
Right.
Do you still want those pictures?
I think we've seen them unless somebody needs to see those. Yeah.
Okay. Will we admit an additional exhibit?
Yeah,
Exhibit 10?
Okay, Exhibit 10 will be admitted.
Here, I'll just scroll in if you wanna.
Sure. This is, Patrick, do you want to explain? He
Yes,
took these pictures this morning.
Good morning, everyone. So we just learned last night that our neighbor just to the west of us, Mr. Gilgas, that he was going to object to this requested variance. So this morning, it was too dark last night after we got the text. So this morning, I went out and just took photos from our backyard, from our inside of our rear of the house, from our patio. And as you can see, the homes on the block behind us are much higher than our house. The elevation is fairly steep. So it's our, with all due respect to our neighbor, we don't believe it's really going to have much effect on him. And I understand he would prefer that we not, put a new garage in, because obviously, he'll be looking at a larger garage, but, we're within code for putting a new garage in other than this height, restriction. And again, we're going to be spending more money to, adjust the dormer to be almost identical to the front of the house. So we felt like that was a good thing to do. And the historic, commission has an architect on that board, and he was the one that pointed out. I always thought the dormer looked a little funky from the drawings that Scott submitted, and the architect at the historic meeting mentioned that, it would look a lot better if you had that dormer not coming off the peak, but lowered just like the house. And so that's
Right.
really all we're trying to do.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, let's hear from you and your concern, or excuse me, Gordon.
So my concerns are that I'm confused where they're determining the grade from, because for some reason and where the height comes from in relation to that grade. Because as you can see in their pictures, that grade is nearly flat. So they show a somewhere around a 4 or 5 foot rise in the grade in the drawings that I've seen. And I'm just wondering if they can raise the grade and then build the building based on the new grade. And that's my confusion. I'm not sure where grade is. I understand that everybody wants improvements and should have them. I'm not against them having a new garage at all. Really, we are the only ones that are going to, in essence, see the garage. If you look at the pictures from Main Street, it's a driveway's width view of their dormer. From my side, on the drawings that I have, it is 11 feet by 36 feet. I believe 36. It might be 32. I think it's 36. It's 11 feet by 36 of just flat asphalt roof, which greatly changes the view off of our back porch. And if someone can explain how the grade rises and if there's a potential to even put some sort of architectural interest on our side, you know, like an additional dormer, I would prefer that they had a window looking directly into our yard than having a floating wall at 17 feet of black asphalt that goes basically the entire width of my back yard line. They have a beautiful house. And I'm sure that the work that'll be done will be beautiful, but all we're getting from this is an 11-foot by 32-foot asphalt black float. It's like a floating wall. And that it literally, I would estimate that would change our property value negatively. We just redid our house. We've got a new deck. You can see it in their photos. I sent some photos to Stephanie, which shows our view from our upstairs. That if Stephanie is able, it's in an email that I just sent. I do want them to have a garage. I get it. They can't park a car in that little garage they have. It's just once we start the precedent of these taller buildings that go past code in a historical neighborhood, then the next door neighbors and the next door neighbor, we're gonna have it's almost the size of a house, and they needed a garage. They don't have a garage, but
Right.
I'm so yeah, and so again, we're really going to be the ones that see this. And I don't know if Stephanie's allowed to or can show the picture, but it's going to change our view. Like sitting on our porch, it would just be like a giant wall of black
Right.
shingles or whatever color shingles. So that's my main thing. And I would love to figure out, I talked to our next door neighbor who is an architect, and he offered to, you know, help rectify this if he can, or, you know, just
Thank you.
maybe. Sorry. Yeah.
Gordon, you've expressed your concerns, and thank you very much for those. Scott, you mentioned that you had done a garage from someone a few doors away.
Just right next door. I'm looking at those plans now, and I had actually consulted with the planning department and saying, we put a garage right next door 5 years ago and didn't have to do a variance. I'm not sure what the difference is on this. And she said, no, they got their own variance. Oh, I understand. That one was 9-foot wall and an 11-foot tall truss. So it was 20 feet to the extreme peak, if you're looking at extreme heights. But not much difference as far as mid truss height, which I guess it is how code is interpreted. So
Right.
there has, right next door, there is one. And this is, you know, this would be the second one. Just, you know, looking at, I also have grade shots I was looking for here to, I took elevation shots of the Reeves ground and then what it would be on the back wall. We're going to have to put a 4-foot retaining wall back there because it does rise up. But then we also take shots past that and to the property line, and it graduates up 2 feet or better, plus the height of the neighbor's existing garage. I'm not sure that it's going to be, I can't swear to it, I have to go out and take measurements of their garage, that it's going to be above their existing garage, which the Reeves are looking at out of their back door now, which we've seen in those pictures.
Right. Well, I like the design with the dormer. It looks good, at least on looks like a glass wall on that one side as well. Is that glass brick? I can't tell what these.
That's the garage door.
That is garage door. Sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Is there a second story or is this just single floor garage?
No, it's loft space, just storage space above the bays. And if I could also mention, so our next door neighbor, George Costello, he has essentially a very industrial kind of flat garage, 3-car garage. But the neighbor on his other side, they also have a very tall garage. I don't know if they got a variance, but the way our property is, we're kind of in a hole there. So as you go north, the property's like even our neighbor George, his garage sits up from us, so.
Right.
So again, it just trying to make the point that, our property kind of sits in a hole. I don't think it's, as gonna be as adverse as represented.
Right. I drive Main Street, so I know you're coming down the hill. So
Yeah.
as you go north from your home, houses get higher because of the grade level right
Yeah.
there. So I understand that. Right. Board members, any other questions or concerns? Looks like it's a 1 foot, 10.5 inch variance.
I do feel it's important to kind of adhere to what the Historic Preservation Commission was looking for. I think they are looking for the greater good of the neighborhood. With that, I would offer a motion.
Please.
In docket number 2, case 167, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you. Miss Moran beat you to it, Tom. Thank you. Sarah?
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
McStorff,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your request has been approved. Good luck with your project. Thank you
Thank
for
you
coming
very much.
before us.
Board members, we would request on docket item number 3, if we could move that down to after item number 14. We're waiting for an owner consent form. And if you don't mind, if we would.
That's fine.
Okay.
No worries.
Then we will come back to that item after
Item 14.
item 14.
Great.
Our next item is docket item number 5, CD BZA 2024-181, a request to approve a variance to the side setback requirement for a dwelling unit in an R 7.5 district to permit an addition plus any additional variances on about 0.28 acres generally located at 4509 Northeast 63rd Terrace. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this. Any applicants or anyone else wishing to speak on this case, if you could raise your hand or approach the microphone at the podium to be sworn in. I'm promoting Patrick Ryan.
Yep. All right.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Ryan. Give me a quick second here to catch up, and I'll be right there. Almost. Okay. Anyone else in the audience interested in this case, Sarah?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ryan, you got your camera and microphone on, I see. Please
Yes.
raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Patrick Ryan.
Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any objection to us admitting those 9 exhibits?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us all about it.
Sure. So today we have docket 5, CD BZA 2024-181, located at 4509 Northeast 63rd Terrace. This is an R75 zoning district. The variance request is 2 feet to the side setback on a residential property for the addition, in addition to the primary structure. This is the general location of the site, just east of Gladstone. This is a closer look at the site itself, highlighted in yellow. This is the site plan. On the left side is the site plan in full. On the right here, you have a zoomed in section of the site plan showing where that addition is located. You'll see that it slightly encroaches over the side property line. This is an elevation. Again, the variance request is 2 feet to the required side setback to permit a side setback of 6 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as most houses in this location appear to be compliant with setback requirements, and the difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Board members, any questions of Connor? Seeing none. Patrick, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Well, it's a good question. You know, it doesn't encroach too far over that line, and from the front of the property going to the back, that property line kind of squeezes that house and it doesn't allow them to do too much. I don't think we've got any objections from any neighbors or anything like that. I don't know what harm it would do, if any.
Okay. And the neighbors immediately adjacent to this property, do they have any concerns, sir?
They do not.
And it looks like it says this is a closet addition. Is this a
Yes,
basement and main floor, or
it'd be the main floor. It's an addition to the main floor.
Patrick, are you the homeowner?
I am not.
Okay.
Michael
Is this-
Ryan is the homeowner.
All right. Same last name. I was just asking. Thank you.
Yes, no relation.
Board members, any other questions or concerns? Comments or motions?
In docket item number 5, case number 2024-181, I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Do I have a second from someone? Tom?
Second.
Maybe? Okay, thank you, Tom. Good. We have a motion and a second.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
aye?
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Good luck with it. Thank you for coming before us today.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
You ready for number 6?
Yeah, I think we are.
Docket item number 6 is CDBZA 2024-184, a request to approve variances to the height and size of an accessory structure in an R5 district, plus any additional variances on about 0.97 acres generally located at 7618 North Spruce Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. We have one hand raised online that just says iPad. Anyone else who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
None, is that right? Almost.
We have one person online,
There was one.
and there's a second hand. Joel Morales is being promoted to panelist. So you have 2 people online.
Okay. So we have Mark and Joe, Mark Allen, the owner. Is that what you said?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. And so Mark and Joe, or Mark Allen and Joe, Joel.
Joel Morales.
Okay, Joe Morales, could you please raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter again.
Mark Allen?
Thank you. And Joe?
I do. Joel Morales.
Thank you very much, sir. Are you, Joe, are you here in support or opposition of this motion?
In support.
Okay, great. We'll let you talk in a minute. Mark, there is a list of administrative exhibits we we're asking to admit for your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Do you have any questions on those before they're admitted?
I don't believe so. I think I've looked at everything online.
That's great. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Connor Tomlin on your case. Connor?
So today's docket number 6, CD BZA 2024-184, located at 7618 North Spruce Avenue. This is an R5 zoning district, and the request is approval of variances to the size and height of a detached accessory structure plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site, again, just to the northeast of Gladstone. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. This is the site plan that was submitted. You can see here where the proposed accessory building is located. This is just additional images submitted. These are elevations submitted. You'll see that it says garage here. I'll touch on that here in a minute. The applicant stated that they were going to use it as more of an accessory structure, kind of a shed type thing. However, if it is a garage with storage of vehicles, I do have a condition in place, but that's for you all to deliberate. Moving forward, the first variance is a variance of 400 square feet to the maximum size of an accessory structure to permit a maximum size of 600 square feet on the subject site. Again, that's a 400 square foot deviation, 200% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as properties in this area with accessory structures appear to be generally compliant with those standards and requirements. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as having a smaller accessory structure. Variance request B is a variance of 4 feet to the maximum height of an accessory structure to permit one accessory structure at a height of 14 feet on the subject site. Again, that's a variance of 4 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Again, the difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And then I do have this condition in place that could be applied if this is to be used for storage of any vehicles, as the plans do say garage on them from Menards. So if the accessory structure is to be used for the storage of any vehicles, the condition is that the applicant shall pave a driveway to the accessory structure, or in that case, a garage, in compliance with Chapter 88 zoning code. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Connor, could you bring up the overhead, or I call it an overhead shot of the neighborhood? That
course,
was
let
one of
me-
your first slides. Thank
Yeah,
you.
let me share my screen again really quick. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to determine, and what's that to the left of the photo? Would you say, is that like a undeveloped area? Can you tell?
I can't really tell. It looks like some sort of storage of some kind. I will say that's within Gladstone city limits at that point.
See. Okay, thank you. Questions of Connor, anyone?
Do you have a number on the overall square footage of that lot? They do
Of
look
that
like they're
lot?
fairly large lots.
I do not, but I can pull it up on Parcel Viewer really quick if you'd like.
That's all right.
Okay. I know in the staff report on the first page, it should say what the total acreage is.
Yeah, it's almost 1 acre. It looks like 0.97. So that's a fairly substantial size lot.
Would there be a different size requirement if this was a garage?
So garages in residential lots can be up to 800 square feet, I believe. I'd have to check that again, but
It could be larger, but he'd have to put a driveway in.
that's correct.
Does this house already have a garage?
Yes, an attached garage to the primary structure.
Have a detached garage as well as your attached garage.
Right, yeah, you can.
Once we meet the other garage requirements.
Yes.
But if you did do a garage, then some of these variances would go away. Is that correct?
Yes, because a garage can I believe, be up to 16 feet.
Right.
Sarah, if you
That's-
wanted to check that code just to make sure my numbers are right,
Give me a minute.
that's fine. And again,
I'm
this
pretty
is,
sure you're right, Connor. That's what I recall too. So
yeah, and
that-
again, worth discussing with the property owner as well on their intentions of the use.
Right. All right. Any other questions of Mr. Tomlin? All right, Mr. Allen, tell us why we should approve your request. Yes, Mr. Allen.
So originally I presented this to Connor as a detached garage, but did not want to build the driveway. My concerns with the driveway is that it would impede the watershed on the property. Our development currently has 4 detention ponds that run behind the properties up and down north and south of Spruce Avenue. And these detention ponds serve as a watershed runoff for the water from the east of the properties and the north of the properties, and it all drains down these detention ponds and flows on. So that would, putting an additional driveway would affect that, in my opinion. I'm not using it as a garage. It's going to be used as a workshop, as a man cave, for storage, for my lawn tractor, that kind of thing. But I didn't want to build a compliant detached structure, which I believe is 10 by 20 or 200 square feet, I guess, however big, however design I want to make it, but it can only be 10 foot high. I wanted to build a structure that would complement the home, help bring up property values, that kind of thing. But I did not want to build the driveway for those reasons. So it was suggested that I get a variance for the height and the size of my detached structure.
And of course, you're aware that you cannot park any vehicles inside this
No, it'll be
structure.
Or that kind of thing.
What about your neighbors to the east and west of you, or excuse me, on the other side of you? Do they have any concerns?
Sure. Joel is online. He's to the north of me. He has already stated that he approves it. Nathan Gall is to the south of me. He has stated to me he's already approved it. He offered to be on this call today. I probably should have told him to, because he works with the city quite a bit with his company and variants and stuff. He gave me some additional information in regards to driveways and detached structures that I have here. I could, point out, if you'd like, why this should be approved, I guess.
And lastly, any other neighbors have a similar structure within 2 or 3, 4 homes of you?
No, several of the neighbors, including Joel online, want to build these structures. So everybody's looking to me to get this approved so that we can build the structures. When the developer turned over the Presidential Park Estates to the HOA, right before he turned it over, he opened up or made an amendment to the bylaws that allowed us to build these structures. I don't have that paperwork in front of me, but several of the neighbors have approached me since this process started, since I put the sign in the yard. So I hope you get it done, because we will, set a precedence and we can do it ourselves.
You are asking for a 200% increase in what we normally would have approved by standard matters. As a garage, you wouldn't need that variance, so to speak.
So then the request then would be a variance for no driveway, because it's not being used as a garage. I have some additional information that Nathan provided to me that I could read to you, that he researched on, that supports the request for variance of no driveway to a detached garage, if you'd like.
Well, again, you're here before us for a detached structure, not a garage.
Understood. Understood. I believe the structure, to build a 200 square foot, 10-foot tall structure in the backyard of this property, would not necessarily improve the property values. It could be a detriment to the property value, in my opinion, as a real estate appraiser, because it doesn't complement the property. It acts as a structure that doesn't bring up value.
I'm not on this quorum, but I do have a question for staff. If he were to run plumbing and electric to this, would it be considered an ADU?
That I don't know. ADU generally is when you have something like a
Kitchen,
yeah, kitchen,
bed,
stove, bathroom.
right, all
You
that.
have to go through like all the works and stuff like that. I was just
Yeah.
thinking like in terms of other accessory structures that have different square footage requirements, but
Mhm.
Yeah, there's information bulletins on the city website about the requirements to be considered an ADU essentially.
Okay.
And from what I've seen, this wouldn't fit that criteria.
I think that the overall size and scale is less of a concern since this is backing up to another city with a wooded lot with detention ponds and it's an acre. My concern, however, is the garage doors. If we're saying this is not being used as a garage, if there are garage doors, that gives people the opportunity to use it as a garage. So if it would be used as a garage, then I feel like the other stipulations should come into effect with the pavement to access it. But if you want to keep proceeding as an accessory unit, that is obviously the way you can go as well.
I want to point out, I think the concern is not necessarily that maybe that you would use it as a garage, but say you sold the property in the
Correct.
future,
Future
someone else
use.
moves in and then just drives through the yard up to it and tears up the land and all of that. I think that's where the concern is.
Agreed. And I think as it kind of relates to the precedent setting as well, if you allow one person to have an accessory structure that is not a garage, but with garage doors, without a driveway, and all the other neighbors potentially along there do the same thing, I don't think that's what our code is trying to get after.
Mr. Allen, your response to that?
I understand the concern. My intention is not to use it as a garage. The garage door allows me access to open it while working in it as a shop, a wood shop. However, tinkering around, I like to do things. Allows open airflow and everything. That's why I wanted the garage. I feel like the garage door and the plans that I submitted again complement the home. I feel like a simple shed deters from the home. Just given the acreage nature of the property, again, like I don't know who's pointed out, the Department of Transportation for Gladstone is backing up to my property. I don't think anything I build is going to be anything worse as far as a view on any of these properties. I think it'll be an attractive view, in my opinion. And again, I think my neighbors feel the same way.
Public testimony.
Yeah, is there any other public testimony? I didn't think anyone else was out there.
Mr. Morales is on.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Morales, excuse me, sir. Joe, could you come online and tell us your concerns?
Yes, thank you for allowing me on here. So first of all, I'm the neighbor here, pretty on the right side of Mark, and really just want to second everything that he said. So basically, all the same points that he's making is exactly what I would make. I guess the only thing I would add to it is yes, due to the property size, I believe in outbuilding there's nobody out in our backyard. It's mostly just woods out there. So I don't think it would really take away from the view from anybody. And a lot of our neighbors, due to the size of the property of the yard, have a lot bigger equipment to maintain these properties. So that's why a lot of people are planning on putting their equipment in there, their lawn maintenance, because of the acreage property. And it just takes, it takes quite a bit of machine to actually cut this whole lawn and keep the whole property maintained. So I think that's one of the bigger intentions of most people that are planning to do the same thing, is just to use that as extra storage to be able to, open up some space in their actual garage that are attached to their home.
Agreed.
Thank you, sir. Board members, any other questions or comments?
It seems like due to the nature of the property, it's not really going to have an impact on one. I can see there being an enforcement issue in the future if they do start using it as a garage, but
Right.
then our enforcement staff will have to deal with that. Oh, I'm in favor
Okay.
of this.
Want to do a motion, Ms. Moran?
Sure. In docket item number 6, case number 2024-184, I move that we grant the request for the variances in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Aisha, anybody?
Second.
Okay, I heard Maisha say second. Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Opposed.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your request is granted. Good luck with the project, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Docket item number 7, CDBZA 2024-190, a request to approve a variance to the location of a detached garage plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 26.6 acres, generally located at 6307 Northwest Wacomis Drive. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. Anyone who wishes to speak on this, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone at the podium.
Have you seen anyone
We have no
online?
hands raised online.
Great. I can hear. Good morning, gentlemen. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter.
Scott Gain.
Thank you, Scott.
I do. Bert Heath.
Thank you. Who's going to be speaking on your case today, Scott or Bert?
Probably myself, Bert.
Okay, that's great, Bert. Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do you have any objections or concerns about those exhibits?
No.
Great, those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your left. Stephanie, tell us all about the case.
Okay, we got docket item number 7, CDBCA 2024-190, located on 6307 Northwest Wacomis Drive, zone R-6, and the applicant is seeking a variance to permit an accessory structure in the front yard. All right, so the property is located west of Gladstone. Highlighted in yellow is the property. And there is a stream. This will come in play later. This is the area where the structure will be situated. And then this is the flood zone of the stream and a flood. So this is the site plan. This is where the house is located. These are 2 additional structures that have been there for a long time. This is the flood zone and in gray. And then this grayed out square or rectangle is the proposed detached garage. And then the street is here. So this is technically the front yard. These are just elevations of what the garage will look like. So, and then a little bit of history on this lot. I didn't make a slide, but this used to be, it was rezoned a few times. At one point, it was rezoned to what is now R80 to allow for, it was like some type of equestrian place for horse riding, all that. And there were more buildings, and we'll show that later, and have come down since then, and then these 2 remained. So the variance request is a variance to the location of an accessory structure to permit a detached garage in the front yard on the subject site. This is considered a complete deviation as accessory structures can only be in the side or rear yard. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, however, due to the size of this lot, so you would not see it from the street. And then, can the difficulty be obviated? Yes and no. So obviously the rear yard is all flood zone, so it cannot be placed there. But there is room either directly north or south of the existing house, and it would be out of the flood zone. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone have any questions of Ms. Salderi?
Is this on the east side of Wacomas?
Yes,
And does the house face Wacomas?
yes. But you can't, standing at the house, you cannot see the road and vice versa.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Stephanie. You're still sharing your screen, it looks like, but
She's
yeah.
not.
somebody is.
I
Well, you're
just
not
with
showing
you
her to
guys.
public, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you wanted to admit an exhibit to show the map from
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Exhibit
Back in the
10 will
day.
be admitted, which is the map.
Okay. The applicants wanted to show this back in 2010. If I zoom in, oh, too much. You can see the buildings that were there after the rezoning. And then it was rezoned back to R6 to make, I believe, a subdivision that never came to fruition.
And on that drawing you're showing there, can you use your mouse to show us about where the assessor?
Or can you use the current map then instead of
Yeah.
the 2010 one?
Yeah, so here's the house, and then around here is where the new garage will go. And then just to clarify, it doesn't look like it, but well, this will be paved.
Yeah, this area currently is paved.
Okay.
Pavement's very old. There's an area here that is kind of gravelly grass, not really anything. And the plan is once the building's finished is where the driveway comes out, we will repave this all the way down right to the road. So it'll be all new paving.
Okay.
And why won't it be visible from the road? Is it?
Just because it's gonna be like set back pretty far, so when you are on the road, you can't really.
It's about, I'm gonna guess 500 to 600 yards from the road, and then it's also high up on the hill, and there's a small forest, if you want to call it that, in front of it there. Sorry.
Yeah, that area is so, I used to drive that a lot before they closed Wacomas. And that's so rural in nature. It's a funny area to be right in the middle of the city, but
Yeah, just to give you a little history, the other picture from 2011, I bought the property in late 2011, and I tore 9 barns down on the property. That was the easiest way to describe them is they were built out of whatever they got for free. So it was quite a mess.
well, there used to be horses along
Yes.
there.
At one time, there was 72 horses on the property, I guess. There's now no animals on the property other than deer, coyote, and a few foxes running around. But then we built the one house, I built one new shop, and yeah, and that's the reason for the building is I restore antique vehicles, and I just finished vehicles. I just need a place to put them.
Those structures appear to be in the front yard, and we have a precedent on allowing accessory structures in the front yard for these very large rural type lots. So
Yes, I did find a very old variance for the accessory structures, but there weren't any plans, unfortunately, that showed exactly what the variance approved were. So, yeah, but that's all I could find on this.
And is there a reason you picked that specific location instead of the north or the south of the home?
I actually had a different location, but my wife won that battle. It's basically what it came down to.
It didn't have to do with the fact that that's already paved.
It was convenient because there were 4 other buildings in that area that we removed. There's a couple of double wides, a garage, and another shed, all right where this building's gonna go. And I did talk with Sue, the neighbor, that this little area that's kind of cut out, she lives right here. And she's well aware of the project. I've shown her the pictures and the landscapes with the building in it, and doesn't have any issue with it.
Right. Any other questions or comments, board members?
I don't think I've seen a floodplain that big in a property before us in a while, so I understand difficulty there.
Yeah, when we built the house, we wanted it actually a little closer to the creek, but we got it above the 500-year flood line is what they,
Think that means anything today? The 500
I don't know.
Sorry, my crazy comment.
If there aren't any other questions, I'll make a motion on docket item number 7, case number 2024-190. I move that we grant the applicant's request in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Mr. Heath, your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thanks for coming down today in the
Thank you.
snowy weather. Thank you.
Docket item number 8 is CDSUP 2024-47, a request to approve a special use permit to expand a parking lot on about 1.6 acres generally located at 3620 East 39th Street. Anna Naniski is the staff planner. If you're the applicant or would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online. I'm going to promote Ron Hardy or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Mr. Hardy online, did you say?
Yes. There are no other hands raised online.
All right. Mr. Hardy, can you turn on your camera and or microphone, please?
Okay.
Great. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name again for the court reporter.
It's Ron Hardy, Hardee.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. There's a list of administrative exhibits we would like to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled, let's see here, 1 to 9 usually. I don't see them, but see them.
1 through 9.
1 to 9. Thank you. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
And one of those is a presentation by Miss Anna on your case.
Okay. Thank you. As mentioned, this is CD SUP 2024-47, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to expand a parking lot on the subject site. So the property is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And this is a close-up of the subject property. It is along East 39th Street in between Askew and Monroe Avenue. There is currently a existing religious assembly use on the property. And they are looking to expand their parking lot towards the western side of their property. So I did reorient the map a bit so it can better fit on the screen, so you can get a closer look at the parking lot and its landscaping features that will screen the parking lot from view. So it's not a parking lot, immediately affronting a major thoroughfare. The approval criteria for a special use permit is on the screen, and I'm going to go over the three that best identifies city staff and the City Planning Commission's recommendation. So first being A, which talks about if this particular proposed project complies with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. It does, and you can see that full analysis in the staff report. But then additionally, the long-range planner noted that the proposed parking lot, does add impervious surface to the area, which does not directly fit into the character of the neighborhood because it is an established neighborhood with a bunch of houses and no large parking lots. But that long term, we want to consider how future improvements for large parking lots, can add to sites. Because of course, especially, uses like churches, they do tend to want a lot of parking, for their use. But that there is a way for us to have an appropriate amount of parking and for it to be fit into an established neighborhood appropriately, which, as you saw, all the landscaping does. So this is good. And we have criteria B, which talks about the interests of public convenience and ensuring that the proposed project does not have a significant adverse impact on the general neighborhood. So from a regulatory perspective, we do not believe that it inherently has significant adverse impacts. They're adding 34 parking spaces. But like I mentioned, we want to consider, well, what is the balance between giving uses the appropriate amount of parking that they need, balance with the appropriate built environment, aesthetic improvements. Because again, like I said, it's very common for a religious assembly to want a large amount of parking. And review criteria D is if the proposed project is compatible in terms of operational characteristics. And we do not believe there will be a change in operational characteristics because the use is already existing. And the use does not have a conflict with the surrounding area. So the City Planning Commission recommended approval subject to conditions, and that concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions of Anna? Ron, why should we approve your project today, sir?
If you don't mind, I do have a presentation I could run through just to give a little additional context to the project.
That'll be great. That'll be Exhibit 10 if it's a PowerPoint.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So let me get my screen shared. Let's see, make sure I get the right one. Okay, you should be seeing presentation here now.
Okay.
Start here. So this project is north parking lot expansion to Second Baptist Church. This is related to a city sewer separation project. So we are in the process of separating storm sewer from the existing combined sanitary sewer system. So project bounds from 35th Street to the north down to 44th Street on the south, then from east to west from Elmwood to College Avenue with the church highlighted right here in the map. That sewer project, there's several thousand feet of sanitary sewer rehab work along with new storm sewer collection system being installed. As part of the project, we're also installing some green infrastructure facilities that will provide over 1 million gallons of water quality volume for the watershed. Those will be a pre-treatment basin, permeable pavers on 39th Street, some parking lot improvements that will include bioretention step pools and an underground storage facility. Those are located, the church owns property to the southwest that the city has acquired easement over, and that's where those improvements will take place. Any stormwater from this north expansion parking lot will be captured and diverted to this underground storage. So here's a rendering of the improvements that I just mentioned, showing Second Baptist Church here, north parking lot. The landscaping was a little bit different when this rendering was created. We've since made updates per staff comments. So we'll collect that stormwater runoff. It will come through here, then get diverted into the underground storage system located right here. The pre-treatment basin will be collecting runoff north along Bales Avenue, get diverted in, with additional being diverted into the underground storage. So the north parking lot itself, it's part of the sewer separation project. It's going to be offsetting some parking stalls lost at the reconstruction of the parking lot to the southwest. During construction, we will have some additional temporary. So to have the church whole, where we will have 54 parking stalls in a temporary condition. Once the underground storage is complete, we will remove 22, leaving 32 parking stalls at the end, along with 14 bicycle parking stalls per staff review comments. Then, as noted, stormwater runoff is all captured and diverted to the underground storage. Here I'm highlighting the 22 temporary stalls that will get removed. Then at the end of the project, Anna had shown this picture, and then here's the final layout with that updated landscaping to screen the facility with the neighborhood. That completes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Board members, any questions of staff or Ron?
Just confirmation, you didn't have any issues with the conditions listed in the staff report?
No, no.
Just a question. So you have a underground storage for 1 million gallons of water? Did I hear that correctly?
The underground storage, yes, it will have just under 1 million gallons. So 3 acre feet of storage volume. So we'll have underground storage, open chambers with open aggregate to provide that storage volume. And then trying to promote infiltration, but will mainly be drained out over the extended period of time to meet the design criteria.
All right, thank you.
Anna, you may have said this and I just missed it, but how many parking spaces do they have now? They're going to 32 parking spaces.
The 32 is what is being added. Did not mention what, how many they have on the site. Let me see if that's in my staff report. The site requires 93, and this addition would bring the total to 123.
So they have 93 now.
Yeah.
Any neighbor opposition, sir?
No.
All right.
Would offer a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Mixdorf.
In docket number 8, case number 47, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I Motion from Ms. Mixdorf, a second from Ms. Moran.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved.
Thank you. And thank you guys for your voluntary service.
Thank you. It's 10:30. We usually take a break, 15 minutes about this time. So we'll be back at 10:45 to hear the remainder of the morning cases. Recording.
Thank you. Takes the focus away from here, but
Welcome back to our session for the morning for the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Sarah, what's our next case?
We're up to docket item number 9, CDBZA 2024-175. A request to approve a variance to the Boulevard and Parkway standards, specifically 88-323-02A1 on about 0.5 acres generally located at Benton Boulevard and East 31st Street. Andy Clark is the staff planner for this case, and we do have the applicant here. If you would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online. I'm going to promote Jonesy to panelist or approach the microphone on the podium.
All right. Hey, Jonesy, could you turn on your camera and microphone? We're going to swear you in along with the panelist up here.
And that's the only hand raised on there.
Okay. Are you promoting him? Is he there?
Yes, Jonesy is promoting.
I am here. I apologize. I couldn't change my name until you promoted me.
It's
My name is
okay.
Laura Mullins.
Okay, Laura, just give us a second here. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Laura, you too? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Let's
do.
start, and Laura, just a second. At the table, what's your name for the court reporter, and do you say I do?
Damon Daniel, I do.
Thank you, Damon.
Justin Caden, I do.
Thank you. Laura, it's your turn now.
Laura Mullins, I do.
Thank you very much. Justin, are you speaking on the case today, or is Damon?
We both will be. I'm architect of record with HOK.
That's great. Thank you, sir. We have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions about those exhibits, and do we have your permission to admit those?
No, I do not have any questions, and yes, you have permission.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Clark. Andy, tell us about the case.
good morning, Chairman Ebbets and fellow board members. I will pull up the presentation. Okay. Before you is docket number 9. This is CDBZA 2024-175. The applicant is seeking a variance at 3100 Benton Boulevard. The site is located in the 3rd Council District, highlighted in yellow or outlined in yellow, just south of 31st Street on the southwest corner of Benton Boulevard and East 31st Street. A brief history, this site is currently zone B3-2, which allows for the proposed uses of office and medical offices.
It looks like the screen share is not updating. Sorry.
No, thank you. Apparently it's still not working.
No, it's good. It's good.
Okay. How about now?
Yep.
Okay. A brief history, the site is currently zone B3-2. The applicant is combining all of the lots into one by deed with Jackson County. The City Plan Commission did approve a project plan for the proposed structure that will be here. That's because the structure is over 8,000 square feet. That requires a project plan approval from the City Plan Commission. And in that process, the applicant was conditioned to go before the Board of Zoning Adjustment to apply for a variance to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. The Boulevard and Parkway standards do require that you have a customer entrance facing a boulevard. As you can see here on the site plan, the only customer entrance is actually internal on the site, located next to the parking on East 31st Street. Here is a rendering of the proposed building. The applicant is complying with the Boulevard and Parkway standards where it requires 60% of window transparency on a boulevard. They're just not providing the customer entrance from the boulevard. Here is the variance analysis. The applicant is seeking a 100% variance. They are seeking to not provide a customer entrance along Benton Boulevard. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated because the building is still up on the street, which is the intention of the boulevard standards. And they are meeting that 60% window transparency. The applicant would need to complete extensive site grading along the eastern perimeter in order to have that customer entrance. Here are some photos that the applicant provided. You can see this is looking north, so 31st Street is in the distance. To the left is that existing grade. And then here is a view looking east to Benton Boulevard. You can see how it just drops. And a view looking southeast from the subject property. Again, it has a dramatic drop. I highlighted in yellow the area where the customer entrance should be if the site did not have this physical hardship. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Any questions of board members?
Is there an elevation that shows the view from Benton Boulevard?
Believe
From 31st?
this is if I was on Benton. So to the left, but I can pull up or we can see if the applicant's presentation can be admitted, which may have that view.
It does.
Okay.
That'll be Exhibit 10.
I can let you drive.
And are you screen sharing?
Oh, let me do that.
Thank you, Jazz.
Thank you, Jazz. Okay.
We'll start with this one. This is a section cut through the proposed building, and here you can see looking south from 31st Street towards Benton that there would be a significant grade change here. This floor level is at about 7 feet above grade. To accommodate that, we would have a retaining wall supporting the slab. That means that there's very little space there to actually add a stair or a ramp. And to make sure that we're being good neighbors, we are ensuring that there will be a significant amount of planting along that, so you don't have just a straight retaining wall that has been designed there that would be uncomfortable to walk past. Part of this design also hinges on what they do at this facility, and that is going to be the care and support of people who have experienced violence and trauma throughout their lives, and especially through gun violence. So trying to provide them with a very kind, compassionate space that's also private is a major part of this design. And so we felt that making sure that we had a little bit of separation from the boulevard was the most compassionate way we could approach the project.
All right, thank you for that. Justin, why should we grant your request today, sir?
So to make up 7 feet of grade change with an ADA accessible ramp, you would need about 96 lineal feet of ramp. And the site size just simply does not support that. We don't want to provide a second entrance on the boulevard that a major portion of the population using this building is going to come up to see, and then after having experienced a significant event in their life, be made to feel like they're a second-class citizen, so they have to go around what is now perceived as the second entrance to the building. having a single entrance to the building not only provides them with better site security for their patrons, but it also provides a more compassionate way for their patrons to be treated.
Okay. Damon, is there an existing ad hoc group place now today?
We are currently officed in Westport, just up of Broadway in Baltimore.
Street level or upstairs?
We are sharing a building with another. We have one side of a whole building.
Okay.
So it's like 3 levels that we're on.
All
It
right.
currently doesn't have, the building that we're in doesn't have disability access either.
Understood. And after this new building's done, you're going to vacate the Westport property, or you're going to keep both locations?
We're going to vacate that. We're currently leasing that office.
All right, thank you. Laura, tell us your concerns.
Thank you. I live at 3114 Benton Boulevard, directly to the south of this property, and I just tossed my prepared testimony in response to what I'm hearing. Okay, wow. All right. I'll start with what I was going to say, which is that I think it does change the character of the neighborhood in a lot of ways, but specifically the variance on the entrance. Everybody else on the block has stairways on to they have exit entrances onto the boulevard. The Hope Center at Linwood and Benton Boulevard is going through a big redesign and developing of a community center. They've been in front of the city a bunch. They also did improvements to their access point on the boulevard. I don't think this is the moment where, one, we're going through a whole transit-oriented development planning process, and two, we have a lot of undeveloped land. I really don't think this is the moment to like step back from our commitment to maintaining the character of the boulevard. If this were just a stranger proposing this, I might actually be like, yeah, I don't really agree with it, but I'm not going to show up to testify against. The reason I showed up today to testify against is because the owner is known to the neighborhood. The owner was, until very recently, located just a short walk west at 31st in Montgall. And I don't own a car. I walk through the neighborhood all the time. I walk past all that property all the time. And the reason I remember that property, the thing that was most distinct about that property was how beautifully maintained their empty parking lot was. Like, they obviously had a crew sent out, like at the first sign of any freezing rain, to take care of that parking lot, even though there was hardly ever anybody parked there. They never did the sidewalks. And what that message that sent to the community, like, this is a lot of people walking around. A lot of survivors of violence are pedestrians. And the fact that I would walk past this building all the time, the sidewalk would be a complete mess. And because of a slope, you would get big drift. So it was like even messier than other sidewalks. And yet they had this beautifully maintained parking lot that just kind of communicated, we know how to take care of things that we care about, and we don't care about you if you're on the sidewalk. So pretty much everything I just heard about compassion is really rubbing me the wrong way right now. A side note is that if we are concerned about survivors of violence, this is a neighborhood that has constant sirens. We have a fire department 4 blocks to the east. We have East Patrol 4 blocks to the north. Constant sirens at this intersection, constant gunshots. I can tell the difference at this point in my life between a gunshot shot for fun and a gunshot shot in anger at a different person. Like, there's nothing the zoning department can do to make this a calm and compassionate corner to provide privacy or separation from the material conditions of violence that exist in this neighborhood. And I'm really angry that that is being used, like that reasoning is being used to like get a variance because it's expensive to put in a handicap ramp, which I would point out, if you go and look at Swope Health, They have an even steeper grade. They have a handicap ramp. People use it all the time. It's actually quite useful, even for people who are not in wheelchairs. Like, these are all things that are doable. They're asking for the variance because it throws off their look, because it's expensive. Like, there's no good reason to do this. And the last thing I want to point out, just as a point of information, I don't know if it's relevant here. I just want to say it as long as all the parties are in the room, and that is that it's unclear to me from the map. There is an existing driveway. There is an easement, basically. I don't know if it legally counts as an easement, but I know that for at least the past 10 years, there's a driveway that my landlord just sent somebody out to clear yesterday, that the people who live in my building who own cars use to cross that land to park behind our building. So I don't know where that fits in the planning process. I just know that when you get around to doing something and my neighbors figure out that they can't use that anymore, that there's going to be anger. So hopefully that is something that can be addressed and dealt with in advance. If you have any questions about the neighborhood, happy to answer them. I just hope that you vote no on this. I hope the people with this plan really stop and really reconsider what message are you sending to the community. The people who walk around here, the people who don't have protection from the violence. When you set up this really pretty building and make it this inaccessible, are you doing that for the people you claim to help, or are you doing that for yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. I appreciate your testimony today. Damon, Justin, you want to make a comment?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll make a comment. First and foremost, thank you, Laura, for your comment as well. So the main entrance is off of a bus line off of 31st Street, and then the handicap accessible or those who are disabled will also have access off of 31st Street as well for the main entrance. What Laura may not understand is that some of the clients that we serve are in need of anonymity, and therefore making sure that we can control that access is important. In addition to having folks, she referenced the property that we were in off of Montgall, which was a property that we leased as well. We didn't own that property. And hearing the need to make sure that the sidewalks and those sorts of things are clear is something that we can help and support. We do have a memorandum of understanding with Santa Fe Neighborhood Council, for which we will be providing a number of free services to the neighborhood, which include healthy relationship classes, employment readiness classes, even event space that's available to the neighborhood at no cost. In addition to the grief counseling that we provide, that's also free to those who are impacted by crime and violence. In the past, we've provided we did a program for about 8 years with Jackson County Prosecutor's Office, where we provided well over 40 houses in that neighborhood or free minor home repairs as well. Financial planning is also something that we're going to be providing free of charge to the neighborhood and residents as well. And so this is going to be a huge benefit to the community, and we're just asking that this variance be done because we really want to continue to provide those services. We're going back and we're relocating back into the neighborhood. This is a great partnership between the Ad Hoc Group Against Crime and the Kansas City Hope Center and the kids and families that they serve as well. There's more development to come in that area, and we plan to work with the Hope Center in addition to the neighborhood residents to make sure that it's accessible.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and to add to that, I'd just also like to say thank you for the comments. The thing that's missing here is that we are very site constrained. We have other codes and ordinances that we have to follow that include parking and providing parking. The easement that she mentioned to the south has been taken into account. That 30-foot easement limits where we can put our building. The amount of parking we need to provide limits where we can put our building. The boulevard standards that say that we have to be within 20 feet of the property line that says you can't have parking between the boulevard and your building limits where we can put the building. We have designed this as tightly as we possibly can because of those standards. We are extremely constrained. There's never a perfect solution, and we are trying to find what is most compassionate for the people in collaboration with the city planning, in collaboration with ad hoc. This has been considered to the umpteenth degree to try and find how we can get these people the help and services they need.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have the overall footprint square footage of that first floor? And
It's approximately 5,000 square feet.
so it is a pretty tight
Yeah.
overall square footage. Thank you.
Okay.
Could we bring up some of those exterior renderings again,
Mhm.
just to see the view along Benton
You mind if I do
and
this?
the transparency?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I guess I never saw a view from Benton. Said you had one, but I,
So if you go to the last page, you can see the next one up, sorry. Here's our rendered elevations from Benton Boulevard. You would see this elevation here, the east elevation, where we have the offices to the left-hand side. The community hall and community center we put on the corner to be as community facing as possible with large amounts of glass windows so that you can see out and in, try and be inviting. And then this is what we call the bridge, which is the connector between the two. It's got the entryway from the other side of the building and a small patio there where you can come out and you can see the community as well in response to the memorial that's across the street.
Can you zoom in on that east elevation?
Maybe. I can figure out how it works. Did I do it?
There you go. Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So that's just a patio door is what we're seeing.
Correct.
That's
Patio door. That's about 6.5 feet above grade.
okay. Thank you.
I'm concerned with the retaining wall, the 7-foot retaining wall, and the fact that there's no connectivity at all to the boulevard. I'd kind of like to see the other properties that the person, Laura, I believe, talked about that do have the stairs down to the boulevard and the connectivity.
She's only talking about there's an apartment complex that's right next door.
Right next door to where you're gonna build.
Mhm. And then there's a church on Linwood, an old church that's been renovated.
Do we need to admit this? Mr.
Yeah, this
Chair?
be exhibit number, or exhibit number 11.
There's, yeah, so it's vacant between those two properties.
And have you considered what the cost would be to build some kind of stairs, even if the stairs go to the parking lot?
So that's the issue, is that a stair isn't going to be accessible. It's only a limited group of people that can use a stair. If we were to put in a stair, then we would have to have signage telling you that you had to go around to the other side of the building to enter.
Seems to me that the way you've designed it and the retaining wall, even if you've got landscaping, which is great, kind of taking yourself off the boulevard, taking the connectivity.
That large 7-foot berm takes you away as it is. If you go out to the site and you try and walk up that, it is not a friendly experience.
I feel like if we were to put any sort of stair access on the south side of the building, which may be able to access the parking lot again, that kind of creates a weird condition. Just maybe in terms of a safety perspective as
Exactly.
well.
It takes them to their back private exit that's locked at all times. So you have to go past private exit and you then get to see into private offices that are being used for private sessions.
So then after hours, we at risk of security as well as loitering and things like that too.
The church further down the block, is its main access from the south or is it from Benton?
South.
Linwood.
From Linwood, okay.
And another point of interest is that this will be addressed on 31st Street. So the front of the building is actually the short end of the building.
Bus stop and then your
Yep.
accessible points of entry.
Exactly.
think they only, I mean, it's already a 5,000 square foot of a building. It's already tight. So if you were to even shift that back to accommodate another stair or ramp, you have to get rid of parking in some capacity.
So we would either have to get rid of parking or we would need a variance to go into a 30-foot easement from the building behind. And if we try and shift away from the boulevard, then we lose all parking.
I guess this is for staff. Do we have the plans for the proposed landscaping in front of the retaining wall? My concern is if they don't plant the landscaping, do we have some kind of enforcement capability?
Right. So that's with the project plan that went through the city plan commission.
Okay, that's already been provided.
Correct.
Okay.
I
would like to make, oh, go ahead.
Oh, go for it, Maisha.
I just want to make a comment. Ad hoc group has been a pillar in this community for a very long time, fighting crime. I know when I, experienced the loss of my brother in 2021, ad hoc was beneficial in helping my, family, survive that traumatic experience through the gun violence. It was, disheartening having them move out of this neighborhood into Westport, but I understood why they needed to. And them making the investment to come back and essentially revitalize this community, this neighborhood, to provide the support at a much larger scale, I think would be beneficial, so it should be supported. And so with that notion, I would like to make a motion on docket number 9, case number 175, that we approve the variance in accordance to the staff report
And site plan.
and site plan.
Thank you very much. I have a motion from Ms. Wright,
Second.
second from Ms. Mixdorf. Sarah, call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hibbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you very much.
Docket item number 10, CDBZA 2024-191, a request to approve a special exception in an R6 district to permit a fence taller than code permits, plus any additional variances on about 0.17 acres generally located at 3515 Forest Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant, Yoli Sanchez, I'm promoting to panelist. If you're the applicant or a citizen interested in speaking on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone at the podium. So we have one person online who's joining as a panelist.
Great. Are they up there yet?
Yes.
Okay. Hi there. What's your name?
Yoli Sanchez.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. I'm going to support any other people interested.
That is the only hand that's raised.
Great. Ms. Sanchez, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. And state your name again for the court reporter.
Yoli Sanchez.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. There is a list of administrative exhibits that we need to admit to hear your case today. They are labeled 1 to 10. Do we have your approval to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case.
Okay, today we have docket 10, CD BZA 2024-191, located at 3515 Forest Avenue. This is an R6 zoning district. A request to approve a special exception in the front yard of a residential property, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. A closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan. You'll see here in red the fence location. You can see the before here on the left of Doodle Street View and the current right here with the fence existing. I failed to put a PowerPoint slide in there, but this is coming to you from a codes violation. That's why this is before you today. The variance request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum size of a fence in the front yard of a residential property. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Many fences exist in this neighborhood, some of which are compliant, some of which are not compliant with the fence standards of 2710. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. This property is elevated up on the hill. That you can see in those images, which will reduce the need for an exceptionally tall fence on the property. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
All right, thank you, Connor.
Do we have a total height of what the top of that fence is right now? It looks like there's maybe a 2-foot retaining wall plus another 2-foot retaining wall, and then is it 6 feet on top of that?
So the fence itself is 6 feet tall. Below that, I don't know what that height would be.
Thank you.
However, the applicant probably does know.
So the front of the house is the one with the dormer on the right-hand side, and then the fence is to the left. Is that what I'm seeing?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the reason that we're saying it's in the front yard of the property rather than on a vacant lot is because if both of those lots, the house and the one that has the fence on it, are commonly owned. However, that lot where the fence is, they're using it for accessory purposes. So we're considering the special exception to be to the front yard requirement rather than a vacant lot.
Okay. Board members, questions of staff? Ms. Sanchez, why should we approve your project today? That's quite a tall fence.
Yes, on the bacon lot, I would like to build a pool and move in to that residence that we purchased last year. I do have 2 daughters, so I would like privacy and security when we're not out there with them, but that's the main thing we want to build a pool.
I'll address Ms. Mixtor's question. So from the sidewalk, there's a retaining wall, and then looks like something else was built on top of that retaining wall. Is that what I'm seeing there, Ms. Sanchez?
That's the way it was already, yes.
And then you put the fence on top of the retaining wall.
Yes.
And how tall would those 2 retaining walls be? If you don't have exact dimensions, approximate would be fine. So the first retaining wall from the street up, and then the other retaining wall from the street to the bottom of the fence.
Probably about 2 feet each.
Okay. All right, so each wall is about 2 feet. So you've got 4 feet of a concrete wall, and then you've got a 6-foot fence on top of that.
Yes.
Yes, Connor, for a pool, it does have a fence requirement, but is that only a 4-foot fence requirement?
That's correct.
Okay.
The swimming pool is the swimming pool in the front yard, like in the front of the front face of the house.
It would be to the side on that empty lot.
I think Jazz's or committee member's comment was how far towards that retaining wall and the fence will the pool be?
Oh, That's still working in progress. I still don't have, they're still working with the architect on that.
So the site plan showed it in kind of the southwest corner of the image. So it wouldn't be going in front of the house.
No, it will be on the, maybe where's, kind of where the, where it says new wood fence, maybe more to that side. Yeah, it will not be in the front of the house.
Honor, can you put a pool on an empty lot? Can that be the principal use of the property? Just a swimming pool?
No, so what will have to happen is they would have to combine both properties
What I thought.
by deed, which when they go to obtain permits, that's something that they'll be informed of, which is a very easy and quick process
Sure, yeah.
through the county.
I just didn't think that could be a principal use.
Right.
So if the fence were to be pulled back to the front line of the house, that is acceptable since it's not in the front yard then?
Yeah, so at that point, since we're considering the current law of the use accessory to the primary, eventually they will have to combine those lots anyway if they're putting the pool in. That would be correct. If it is aligned with the front face of the house and back, they'll be okay.
So they have two options to be compliant with the code. Drop the fence down to 4 foot and keep it where it's at, or pull it back to the front face of the house.
Right, that's correct.
Ms. Sanchez, did you pick up on those comments? So some of the
Yes.
concern was either cut the fence down to 4 feet or move the fence to be even with the home, the existing home. And then you can be taller as it goes back from that position.
Okay.
I mean, the before photo doesn't show either one of those retaining walls. It just looks like a lot to me. It looks like a fortress.
So if there are two paths, I guess we need, well, depending what the rest of the board decides, would we even need to vote to approve one of these variances? Or I guess, Ms. Sanchez, are you wanting to proceed with your request of keeping a 6-foot tall fence in its current location?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you could have a 4-foot fence there and be compliant, Ms. Sanchez.
Okay.
Would you be willing to cut 2 feet off of the fence?
Yes.
Then we wouldn't need to vote.
There'd be no
Vote to
variance, so
decline
just
this.
deny the request. I can agree with Miss Moran, Miss Sanchez. It looks like a fortress, and it's just, it doesn't bow well for the rest of the block when we have basically a 10-foot fence in your front yard. So I'm just one board member, but it seems way too tall for me. But you can be compliant by just making the wood fence 4 feet tall.
Or alternate option is to pull it back to the
Yeah,
front of the house.
yes, or pull it back to the front of the house, and then you can go with your 6 foot at that point.
So I would offer a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Mixdorf.
Case number 10, or docket number 10, case number 191, I move we deny the applicant's request.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to deny the request. Please call the vote.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your request has been denied. Thank you very much for coming before us today. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Next case. 12.
Docket item number 12 is CDBZA 2024-194, a request to approve a variance to the setback of an institutional structure within an R 0.5 district to permit new stairs, plus any additional variances on about 0.62 acres generally located at 900 East Linwood Boulevard. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case. We have one hand raised online for Claire Ashbrook. Anyone else who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand or approach the microphone at the podium to be sworn in. Chris Koch, I'm promoting to panelist. Those are the only two hands raised online.
Great, thank you.
Chairman,
Yes,
for this case, I want to need more consent.
used, okay. If Jazz is in,
Put me in, coach.
yeah, Jazz is in. Okay, thank you. All right, give me a second here, let's catch up. So who's out in the audience? Is it Claire Ashbrook? Is that who's out there?
Claire and Chris Koch, I'm
Okay.
not sure which.
Claire and can you turn on your cameras and microphones, please?
I should be on.
I see you.
Yep.
I got you, Claire. And your other person?
He's with the neighbor.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
yes.
This is Chris. I'm having camera difficulties, but I am online.
Okay, that's great. I'll have you do the honor code when I administer the oath. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And
Mr. Chair, we have one other person, Lisa Hardwick, online.
all right.
I'm promoting Lisa to panelist.
Chris, why don't you say the I do or I don't and your name for the court reporter?
Chris Koch, and I do.
And Claire?
Claire Ashbrook, I do.
Thank you. And now I'm going to swear in Miss
Lisa
Lisa
Hardwick.
Hardwick. Lisa, can you hear us?
I can
Thank
hear
you. There you go. I don't see your picture, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
All right.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Lisa Hardwick.
Great. And are you for or against this case?
I am, I'm representing the property owner. Claire is our architect, but I'm actually the property owner, the property manager. So
Okay,
I'm for it. I'm for
Okay,
it.
I
Yeah.
understand. I got it. And Claire, are you speaking on behalf of the case today?
Yes.
Thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions or comments on those?
No.
And do we have your approval to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Please tell us about it, Connor.
Okay, today we have docket 12, CDBZA 2024-194 at 900 East Linwood Boulevard. The zoning district is B3-2, R-1.5, R-0.5. It's split zoned. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the encroachment of stairs within the front setback plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. Closer look at the site itself, you may recognize it from a few months back for different purposes. This is plans and pictures of the existing stairs on the property. You'll see on that right-hand image is a zoomed-in version of the existing site plan for those stairs, that it does already encroach and extend past that property line. Just important to note. This is the proposed stair alterations and revisions. You'll see here that it extends a little further out past where it was previously located. So the variance request is a variance to features allowed to encroach into the front setback to permit stairs over 6 feet in height to be constructed per the site plan. This is a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated as these stairs have already existed, encroaching within that setback and extending past that property line prior to this. The difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design for that reason. And the section that I'm referencing is in the 800 series of our zoning code. It's there's specifically a section, I believe, under 810 for encroachment into setbacks, what's allowed and what's not allowed to do that. Stairs taller than 6 feet in height cannot encroach into setbacks, and this, based on what I was seeing here, it's taller than that 6 feet at its highest point. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions of staff? Okay. Claire, why should we approve your request today?
Sure. The purpose of the replacement of the stairs, first, we did go before the Historic Preservation Commission and did get approved. The stairs are in poor condition, and the deed foundation has had issues with people falling out of the building because of how the stairs are currently configured. The way the stairs are set is that the landing is 6 inches below the door. So when you're walking out of the building, you're having to step down 6 inches, which is causing people, they're not prepared for that. And so they're falling out of the building. To accommodate that, our plan is to replace the stairs and raise them 6 inches so that it is a 0 entry between the landing and the front door. But to do that, we have to meet code requirements and door clearances, which requires not only that we push the stairs out, but that we gain 2 stairs to meet that requirement. And so the purpose is for life safety issues. So that's why we're replacing these stairs.
All right. Chris, what's your concern, or excuse me, board members have any questions of Ms. Claire? Chris, I know you're with the neighborhoods. What's your concern, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No concern today from Hyde Park. Just wanted to reiterate that the deed and the name has the full support of the neighborhood.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris, for coming before us. Laura, do you have any other comments? Where'd you go? Laura, you're still with us?
Lisa.
Oh, Lisa. God, you're right. Sorry.
Oh, yes, I'm still here. I'm
That's my fault. Sorry.
I have nothing further. I just wanted to make sure you all are aware that we're that Claire is authorized to support, to move forward with this for us.
Lisa, what was this building before?
This was the Kansas City Athenaeum building. It was built in 1913 by women who had an organization and do all sorts of projects and just a meeting place for women. It has always been that, and it is still owned by a women's organization.
Okay, thank you.
Seems pretty straightforward to me. I'll offer a motion.
Okay.
On docket item 12, case CD BZA 2024-00149-194, I move that we grant the request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Mixdorf.
Gorens.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thanks for coming before us today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And thank you, Connor. You've been very helpful. So we appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And I am not on this next quorum.
Okay. So on docket number 13, we have a quorum of Ebbets, Gorens, Hayes, Meyer, and Moran, all of which are here today or virtual. So.
Okay. Docket item number 13, CD BZA 2024-45, a request to approve a special exception for a fence to be greater than 4 feet in height on a vacant lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.12 acres generally located at 4432 Troost Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner. If you're the property owner or someone speaking on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium. We have Chris Koch is speaking on this. He's already a panelist. I don't see any other hands raised.
There's a lady with a child in the audience. Is she in the lobby? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and Ernest Wedoff is who we're looking for.
Right. Do we have Ernest?
I don't see that name in our attendees, and we have no hands raised.
Connor, do you want to reach out to Ernest to see if we can come back in the afternoon session?
Yeah, I can send an email, let him know that he's being moved to the afternoon session.
I remember hearing the case before. He seemed active to
Right.
hear it. And then there was a continuance, I think, at one time. So that's great. All right. So again, no hands that you see, Sarah?
No hands.
Let's go to the next one.
Okay.
So Chris Koch in the, from Hyde Park. So kind of keep your microphone on or your camera on or whatever you need because I think he'll probably join us.
Will do. I attend them all anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Docket item number 14 is CDBZA 2024-187, a request to approve a variance to the non-residential accessory structure siding requirements on about 1.47 acres generally located at 8825 Troost Avenue, plus any additional variances. Anna Nanaski is the staff planner on this case. Kimball Hales, I'm promoting to panelist. If you are someone who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium. And Chris Admire is being promoted to panelist. We have those two people.
Right.
And those are all of the hands raised online.
Thank you. It's going to take me a second to catch up. I apologize. All right. Sarah, one more time, who do we have out there?
We have Kimball Hales, who is the applicant, and then Chris Admire.
Kimball and Chris, can you turn on your cameras and microphone if they're not already on? It looks like they are. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter. Kimball? You went dead on us.
How about this? Kimball Hales, I do.
Thank you.
Chris Admire, I do.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
Kimball, are you speaking on the case today?
Yeah, I can. Quick introduction. Chris Admire is with Veterans Community Project. So he represents the owner and the architect. I've worked with VCP a bit on projects here and across the country. But the main ask for this project is the
Hold on. I got to admit some exhibits first.
Oh, sure.
No, it's all good. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to admit
Yes.
those? And do you have any questions on those before I admit them?
No.
Great. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Anna of our staff. Anna, please tell us about the case.
Okay, thank you. This is case CDBZA 2024-187, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the non-residential accessory structure siding requirements to permit an additional accessory structure to be developed in front of the primary structure. The proposed project is located in the southern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And this is a close-up of the site at the intersection of Troost and 89th Street. And the Veterans Community Project occupies the site. This is a representation of the future site plan. So I reoriented the map. So north is to my left. You can see yellow is that main building. It is existing, and there's already an existing accessory structure. What is proposed is in the blue. This is going to move some of their office, front of house uses that are currently in the existing primary structure to this proposed one. And then there's going to be some site improvements, like a little courtyard and reconfiguration of parking as well when it comes to this project. But since the new accessory structure you can see is in front of the existing, that is triggering the need for this variance. This is a look at the elevations. This is the western elevation, but it's also like the front of this building. So if you're on Troost looking east, this is that view. Modern style building. So the review criteria associated with a variance, I'm going to go through each one. A, which talks about the strict application of the zoning and development code and an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty that poses for the subject property when such hardships or practical difficulties are not applicable for other properties within the zoning district. So per the applicant's submittal, I have identified that their hardship, revolves around how they've got a growing organization, but they have existing resources, existing buildings that they're growing out of, and they need new ones. And they've got that L-shaped structure that's toward the rear of the property right now. So all additional buildings will be in front of the main structure. Review criteria B, it's about the variance and making sure that it is consistent with the relevant purposes and intents of that portion of the code. So 88-305-03B, which is the non-residential accessory structure regulations. We do believe that this is there to encourage a hierarchical layout of the site. Just generally over the city, we like to see big main, structure within the cascading primary ones. And review criteria C, which is, will there be substantial justice be done? You need to consider both, well, what are the public benefits that they're receiving, the protections by the zoning development code versus the hardship imposed to the property owner because of variance, whether or not those are denied or approved. So the public benefits secured by the code in this case are site continuity, vehicle sight line protection. That's why, that's why the code exists. So that's what the public would benefit from if the code was upheld. But the individual hardship, though, there's no impact that for the building to be in this current location. It is, their preference to put it in this exact location, but as I mentioned before, they have limited space of where they could put it. So this is the standard table that comes with the variance. This is variance A. Of course, a variance to approve the structure to be in front of the primary one. The code ensures that it should be behind the primary structure in the rear or side yards. How substantial is this variation? It is a complete variation, but will a substantial change be produced to the character of the neighborhood? City staff, we do not believe that there will be a substantial change. Most of the surrounding properties are in fact owned by this property owner. And additionally, I mentioned before, protections of the public benefit, site continuity and vehicle sight line. Well, on Troost, there actually is around 50 feet, from what I can tell from Parcel Viewer, of right-of-way. So even with the building pushed up to Troost Avenue like that, if cars were stacked at that intersection, I do think that, and I'm not a public works professional, but I do perceive for there to be enough right-of-way there to create safe sight lines when turning the corner. And can the difficulty be obviated in some other way? A change in design, for example, an addition to the primary structure or moving the proposed building could obviate the need for variance. That concludes my presentation of the request. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions of board members?
Do you have a photo of the existing structure?
Oh, of the existing primary
Yeah,
structure?
the view from Troost or the view from.
I
Right.
do not, but let me pull it up and then we can add that to the exhibits. I usually do that, and I did not this time.
Uh-oh. This will be Exhibit 10 and submitted.
So this is the site. There's the main building, the L shape to the back, existing accessory structure, and then towards this front corner is where the proposed would be.
And that's 89th Street at the bottom.
Correct. 89th Street runs parallel to this self-storage use.
All right. Kimball or Chris, why should we approve your project? Whoever wants to take the lead.
Sure, I can jump in on this. So the purpose of this building, it's kind of a simple building, but it's really to create a new front door for the building, which handles intake of veterans for need of support and services. And Chris's organization handles that support and services. So putting the building in this front corner, we also understand that the premise of the ordinance is to not have accessory structures in a front yard. And in this case, we feel like the definition of an accessory structure is primarily because this is smaller than the primary building. But we do want this building to act as more or less the front door and primary use for this space. So as veterans in need of support, they would approach this building, would be taken in. There's a couple small offices in there. There's some counseling space. There's some restrooms. It's a really pretty basic or simple plan. But we positioned it on the corner there where it's a little bit more visible, and it really would be the recognizable front door for veterans seeking support. The L-shaped building that's existing there, as well as the other building that's on site, those are also buildings that support the organization's mission. So they have some additional storage space and office space for people that help their organization as well as work within internally. So, but bringing this program into this building on the corner and putting it in that position helps it, I think, hold the street corner a little bit better. It gives it a little bit more presence to the community and also makes it more identifiable for veterans that are coming in for those support services. That's the primary purpose. We feel like this is the right thing to do on this site to make it round out that corner. As Anna mentioned, there is a really large setback right now, about a 50-foot setback. The previous occupancy there went all the way out to the sidewalk. And so if you're looking at an image or something there, it's paved all the way out there to the sidewalk. The actual property line is about 50 feet back from that on both corners. So while our building is kind of pushed to the corner of our property line, there's quite a generous right of way on both 89th Street and Troost. So with that, we'd hopefully you'd be able to consider what we're asking for here.
Thank you, Kimball. Board members, questions of Kimball? Chris, do you need to
Can I
add
look at
anything?
Are there no windows on the front of the building?
There will be. This is not my.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of glass. So the building has sort of a metal facade in front of the structure itself, and that metal facade kind of screens and shades the western facing windows. So what you're seeing, kind of that modern slanted portion, is a metal screen, but there are windows behind that. I didn't unfortunately, we didn't submit any renderings, but there are renderings on the site of the building, and it does have windows into those offices, and then there's glass on both corners. The corner that faces 89th and Troost, behind that glass screen, or sorry, behind the metal screen, there's glass.
This looks like a wall to me.
Because the elevations are black and white, yeah.
Yeah, they're really flat. I'm wondering, I don't probably have the ability to share, but I could show you a rendering.
You can share your screen.
Yeah.
That is an exhibit.
Let me exhibit.
Let me dig for
11,
a second, and
yeah.
then I can share. Let's see.
As you're digging there, Kimball, I assume there's no concerns about reducing the amount of surface parking by adding this building by anybody in the community or property owners?
I don't think surface parking isn't really a high demand for these guys, just because they have staff, but most of the veterans coming in are walk-in. Here, I can share my screen now. So this is the view from 89th and Troost. You can kind of see the grassy areas. Are you able to see that now?
Yes.
Yes.
The grassy areas kind of represent the 50-foot setback from the right-of-way. You can kind of see the L-shaped building is kind of dark and shown yellow there in the background. So this is kind of the view from 89th and Troost. That metal screen you're seeing in front would be perforated and light filled. And then you can kind of see the glass behind it, and then the glass on the corner. And I will show, there's one other image. This is from, if you were going southbound on Troost, can you see that? This is kind of what the front door.
No, we can't see it yet.
Let me share again. How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is essentially the front door that we're calling the front door. So you can see those people standing to the left. This is a little older version. It doesn't show the parking necessarily right here, but we were showing kind of a change to the parking where someone could essentially park near where these two people are standing to be able to get into the building. So the greenery in that kind of wall, seating wall to the left on that is more or less going to be parking for visitors as they pull in right there. So that's kind of the presence or the initial what people would see as they pull up to the building. The other kind of seat wall and things like that we had proposed on the, you can see on the right hand side near the flag right there. There are traffic accidents and things in that area. It's a busier intersection. It's had some issues just because the client or the owner, VCP, is there on the corner, kind of on both corners right now. But they've been aware of several accidents that happen right there, and just some of that is almost like a protectionary bollard to just prevent anything from coming into the building. But it is set back about 50 feet. As we mentioned right now, if you were to go see it, the whole entire corner is basically a curb cut where you can almost pull into that site almost from any place. And so it's trying to restore that corner, a little bit more structure to that corner, and give it a little bit more, I guess, shape and presence.
All right. Thank you for that. Chris, it seems like Kimball's doing a good job. Do you want to add anything else?
I couldn't have said it better myself. He's done a great job, so appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. And thanks for what you're doing for the community. It's a great project, these veteran houses and things like that. So it's a great project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Kimball, you're gonna have to email me those two renderings so I can add them to the case file.
And do.
Board members?
The pedestrian experience is going to be so much better, just removing all of that paving. So with that in mind, I would offer a motion.
Please do.
In docket number 14, case number 187, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf, a second from Ms. Moran. Please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hibbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with you. We'll go
Thank
back
you.
to docket 3, Sarah, before we break.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We don't have we still don't have the consent form that we were waiting on.
After lunch. Yeah, it's coming after lunch.
And any news from Mr. Wendell?
I have not heard him from Ernest.
Okay. All right.
So we could reconvene at 1:15 to see if we could hear either of those cases.
Perfect.
And then, have a little bit of time before we start
The 1:30
item
docket.
number.
Do you want to meet even earlier
15.
then?
We could reconvene at 1 and
Yeah, that
see
gives
if we're
everybody an hour. Sounds
able
good to
hear
me.
either of those. Okay.
Yeah,
Just as long as we don't start number 15 until 1:30.
we will not.
Okay.
We'll twiddle our thumbs. All right. Thank you. All right, we are adjourned for 1 hour. Be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
We would like to take a photo of you all for our annual report.
Tom, so that's good.
Hey, Tommy. Recording? All right, welcome back to the afternoon session of the Board of Zoning Adjustment for Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. We're going to review a couple cases that we missed in the first half.
Would you like me to start with number 3 or number 13?
All right.
Do you,
Oh, I don't care.
You don't, are we still, we're still waiting on the owner consent form? Okay, so number 3 was CD BZA 2024-45. The owner is Ernest. Oh, no, there's a hand raised.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yahoo.
I'm going to, it just says iPhone EDU. I'm going to promote that person to panelist. If there's anyone else who would like to speak on case number 13.
I think Chris Coach has his.
you're going to 13, so I'm not on that.
And Chris, your hand is raised. You've already been promoted to panelist.
I'm
Please raise your hand
So we're
or,
on 3. Are we on weed off?
3 or 13.
I think we're on 13.
yes, this is number 13.
I'm not on that.
Our quorum for number 13 is Ebbets, Gorens, Hayes, Meyer, and Moran.
Okay, we have all those people.
Well, and let's see, do we have? Yes, so you have someone whose screen name is iPhone EDU and Chris Koch, who would raise their hands. You want to turn on your camera and microphone so you can be sworn in?
See somebody's face up there. Or that's Chris, isn't it?
I'm back.
Hello, Chris. Do we have
Good afternoon.
Do we have Mr. Ernest? Do you see him?
Yes, it looks like he is muted at the moment.
Unmute, Ernest.
I think he's trying to figure that out.
See you walking around, but we can't hear you. Can you unmute the microphone somehow, sir?
Trying to get
Yeah,
help.
they're trying to do that right now, it looks like.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
It's all good. Do we have anyone else of interest on this case, Sarah?
Just those two.
Okay, great.
There are no other hands raised online.
Chris, I'm going to re-swear you in again. And Ernest, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
State your name for the court reporter.
Ernest Weedoff.
Thank you. And Chris, where'd he go?
Chris Koch, I do.
Thank you very much. Ernest, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11. Do we have your permission to admit those? And do you have any questions on those?
Yeah, no, that's great. Please.
Okay, perfect. Those are admitted. And one of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us about this case that we've seen before.
All right, today we've got docket 13, CD BZA 2024-45, located at 4432 Troost. This is a B3-2 zoning district within the Troost overlay. So rather than a special exception, this is actually a variance to the Troost overlay standards. This is the general location of the site. This is the site in question with a site plan provided. This is the fence that was existing on the site the last time it was heard back in the July 2024 hearing. Memory serves me correct. This is an example image of other fence in the neighborhood. The variance request A was a variance of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence when that fence is within 20 feet of Troost Avenue within the Troost overlay to permit that fence to be 6 feet in height within that given range along Troost Avenue. Again, that's a variation of 2 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Vacant lots in this area generally don't see a 6-foot opaque fence. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And then variance request B was a variance of complete deviation to the minimum transparency of a fence when that fence is within 20 feet of Troost Avenue inside the Troost overlay to permit a fence of 0% transparency within this given range along Troost Avenue. That completes my presentation. I will, however, mention that this was continued back in July to allow the applicant to seek a grant for different fencing material to allow for greater visibility. And you all mentioned that you would address it when that time came.
Okay, perfect. Board members, questions of staff? Ernest, tell us why we should approve your revised request today.
So I updated the fence to be 80% transparent with like changing the material to steel, and I can just show it to you real quick. I have it here.
Right.
So that's
that'll be
out.
Ernest, stand by.
And it's
That'll be exhibit number 12 in this case. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so basically it's still 6 feet tall, follows the same line, but is like completely transparent, and kind of matches the fence across the way in terms of like the height and proximity to Troost.
Yeah, looks good. Looks better than the first time. That's for sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Chris Koch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Koch, by the way.
Thank you.
No worries. Hyde Park has no further concerns. The fence looks great, and I know there wasn't a specific threshold for transparency. We were looking, I think it was 85 or something like we were asking for, which is not really codified in the Troost overlay other than it had to be transparent. So we felt like this matches the intent of the Troost overlay now.
Thank you so much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Have any other questions or comments or motions?
So we only have one variance that's.
Right, yeah, that it seems that transparency variance is no longer relevant.
And has the other one been withdrawn, or do we just need to deny it?
If Ernest could answer, is this fence still over 4 feet tall? I can't.
Yeah, it's 6 feet.
Okay, so that variance would still apply then.
The Troost overlay requires 4 feet.
Yeah, within a that given 20-foot distance from the right of way along Troost.
Okay.
My first thought is really we would have approved this variance before the new fence was constructed, but I think it looks great, so I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hayes.
On docket item 13, case CD BZA 2024-00045, I move that we grant the request in accordance with site plan, grant variance A in accordance with site plan and staff report, and deny variance B. Is that what we?
No, I didn't hear that.
Deny variance B, or is it just omitted
I
since
mean,
it's not
the
applicable?
staff report variance B is just for the transparency.
You
but-
could dismiss it.
Okay, and dismiss variance B.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and second. Motion by Hayes, second by Meyer. Please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
and Evans.
Aye. Your project is approved, Ernest. Thank you for coming back before us, and see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry about being absent earlier today. Thank you.
Okay, we got you. Thank you.
All right.
Hey,
Thanks.
Ernest, one last thing before you go offline. Would you be able to email me a couple pictures of that new fence just so I can add it under the attachments list as an exhibit?
Oh, yeah. Is that that would be like in my email history from prior correspondence?
Okay, I'll go double check for that. If I can't find it, I'll just I'll send you an email.
And then, yeah, I'll absolutely send you some pictures for sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
3? Are we still waiting?
Don't believe so.
I'm going to-
Unless they emailed it to me, but I think they were running it down.
To just hang out a minute?
Okay. I'm going to get Randy.
I gotta get.
I think they were
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm trying to do 3. Sorry.
It's on its way here.
Yep. Anytime. Well, I assume they're trying to get permission from the city, so that's always hard.
Gotta find Brian Platt.
Who'd you younger member? Yes, yes. You and Jazz. Maggie knows about Telegram.
Last time they had Telegram, but 1900.
You almost started doing that. My kid was like that. I'm taking a sticker.
Oh, yay. Okay. Are you ready?
Tom, ready? We're coming back on.
I'm right here.
Okay,
Thank
so we're
you.
going back to item number 3, CDBZA 2024-193, a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of incidental wayfinding signage in a UR district, plus any additional variances on about 1.9 acres generally located at 4814 Roanoke Parkway. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. Anyone who would like to speak on this, please raise your hand or approach the microphone at the podium to be sworn in. I do see Mike Long. I'll promote you to panelist. And Tom/Work, promote you to panelist also. We have those two. Those are the only hands raised online.
Great.
Yeah, so the if you're looking for the
I'm
plans.
trying to find the staff report. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. When you do find the staff report, you'll notice that the plans aren't in there because they were like a locked file. So if you just go back into the attachments and click applicant submittal, that's where you're going to find the plans.
Okay. All right. Hate to ask this again. Who do we have out there in the audience?
Tom Stram and Mike Long.
Hey, Tom and Mike, please turn on your microphones and cameras to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
State your name again for the court reporter.
Mike Long.
Thank you. Tom?
I do. Tom Scram.
Thank you, Tom and Mike. Who's going to be speaking on your case today?
I think we'll let Mike talk about this.
Okay, great. Mike, there's a list of administrative exhibits we must admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9? And do we have your approval to admit them?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin on your case.
Okay, we've got docket 3, CD BZA 2024-193, located at 4814 Roanoke Parkway. This is a UR zoning district. A request to approve variances to the maximum size of wayfinding signage for a parking garage plus any additional variances. This is the general location. Closer look at the site itself. You'll see it's against Ward Parkway in Roanoke, just north of Brush Creek. This is the first sign that is being requested, West Parking Sign 1. On the right-hand side here, you'll have the elevation of that sign. The second sign is in the entrance to the garage against the wall. And the third sign is also another directional sign for parking, mounted up against the wall. Variance request A is a variance of 2 square feet to permit the maximum size of an incidental sign, also known as a wayfinding sign, at a size of 8 square feet on the subject site, identified as West Parking Sign 1 on the submitted plans. Again, that's a 2 square foot increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Incidental wayfinding signage is limited to smaller maximum size to prevent any given area from being overrun with larger directional signage. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. Variance request B, a variance of 8 square feet to permit the maximum size of an incidental sign at a size of 14 square feet on the subject site, identified as West Parking Garage Entrance Sign 3 on submitted plans. Again, that's an 8 square foot increase, 133% to be exact. Same thing as before regarding the smaller maximum size for wayfinding signage in the city. Difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And finally, variance request C is a variance of 8.64 square feet to permit the maximum size of an incidental sign at a size of 14.64 square feet on the subject site, identified as East Parking Sign 4 on the submitted plans. That's a 144% increase, and the same comments before regarding why the city has maximum incidental sign sizes. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Go ahead, board members.
I have a question about sign 3. That one looks like it's on the inside face of the garage. So even though it's not adhered to the exterior of the building, it's still
Right. It's still directional sign. So the nature of incidental signage is that its main purpose is typically wayfinding, and they have, whether it's mounted there or outside, it has its specific standards for their maximum size.
Thank you.
Are these on 3 different sides of the building?
I believe they are. This one is on the west side of the building. So this is above the entrance to the garage that this sign is in.
Okay, so those 2 are on the same side.
Yeah, they're on the same side. And then this one is on the east side of the building.
And all those are kind of in the Roanoke area, not in the Bellevue area.
Right, so these are gonna be, well,
No, there's
I'll allow the applicant to speak to
Yeah.
that one.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead and resolve us. Tell us why we should approve your request.
Okay, so I'm the property manager for Welsh Plaza, which is also formerly known as Plaza Vista, which is also known as the Polsinelli headquarters at 900 West 48th Place. And I manage the building, I manage the parking garage, and then we also have a shared common association with the Fontaine Hotel as we share some plant and we share some common area, and the garage is shared with them as well. So uh, I've been there about 2 years now, and it started with complaints from JJ's restaurant mostly, but there were also some complaints from the Fontaine on the lack of ability to be able to see where our garage entrances are. And so our garage has one-way entrances on, if you're going northbound, it's on Roanoke, and if you're going southbound, it's on Bellevue. So because they're one-way streets each way. And part of the problem on northbound heading up is that there's a co-op building that sits there, and there's some street trees that make it hard to see where our garage is. So people pass us by, and then they have to loop around, and then they figure out coming southbound, it's also challenging to notice where you're turning into the garage. So we had frustration from restaurant patrons, from some hotel guests. The main folks in the building, the Posinelli folks, obviously they know where their garage is. So this is more for our retail patrons and trying to solve some logistical challenges. There are a couple of smaller signs already on the building, two of them which we were looking to replace with a little bit bigger. Aesthetically, these new designs look better than what is already existing there, and I believe it would upgrade the property while solving a problem for us being able to get patrons into that garage. So we hired Fast Signs to do the design for us. Fast Signs is a local Kansas City, Missouri, up on Westport Road, and Tom is actually, I think, with a consultant with them. This is a significant costing project. We're already, I mean, it's about $25,000. We're already halfway into that, and the kind of the variance problem came up after the fact, I guess. So maybe we should have known that beforehand. But I really think this aesthetically, it matches the building. To me, it makes the visual presentation nicer than what is existing. And then just by adding some extra signage, it helps us to get our patrons into the building garage with a little less difficulty. Any questions?
Are you keeping the same blue P logo that you had out in front?
No, the new signs are a tan if you look on the designs. So we kind of chose that to aesthetically, I guess I don't want to say it blends into the building because then that doesn't do what we want, but we think it aesthetically looks better with the building than the blue signs did previously.
Right. Well, I only work a block from your location, and I think it's confusing in the past on just trying to find the entrance to that garage off of Roanoke. It's difficult, and you would have to loop all the way around. Friends meeting at JJ's, whatever, they have to loop all the way around and come back around again. So I think this will be a benefit for people who are not familiar with the place.
I agree.
That's much appreciated statement. I wish I had Jimmy Franze on here because he would be telling you the exact same thing.
Yeah, I know I've missed that entrance before going to that law firm, but is there any kind of distinction between the size requirement for the size of the building? Because to me, these don't look oversized for that size of a building.
Right. So as you'd see with like traditional wall signs, there's that 10% maximum of the facade. This is just a 6 square foot maximum.
Okay.
So there's no facade percentage that plays
Okay,
into
that's
that.
what I was, 'cause that size of building, you need a little bit bigger signs.
Right. Board members? Anybody else? Any other questions, concerns?
I'll make a motion on
Thank you.
docket item number 3, case number 2024-193. I move that we grant the applicant's request for 3 variances and in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. We look forward to seeing those signs on the building real soon.
Thank you so much to all of you and for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike and Tom. See you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right.
That's it. You go home. We're going to take a 1-minute break here. I need to get some. We're good. Okay. Good? Okay. All right. I'll look at something here. All right, let's call the next case when you're ready.
Item number 15, CDBZA 2023-49, a request to appeal city staff's determination related to zoning violations issued for the subject site on about 13 acres generally located at 5500 Bennington Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner. Welcome the applicant up to the table. Anyone who wishes to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone at the podium to be sworn in.
So on this case, we have a quorum. We have myself, Mr. Gorens, Ms. Mixdorf did recuse, but we have Mr. Meyer, who's weighed in on the cases. We have Ms. Moran and Ms. Wright.
Oh, Hayes.
Or Hayes, excuse me, Hayes. She's gone, right? She's gone. So we have Mr. Hayes and Mr. Meyer, who have heard the cases electronically, and they are ready to hear everyone today.
Is it possible for us to understand the recusal? Since she was part of the original forum?
No, I don't think we're privy to give that information out, but she
Okay.
did recuse on the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Wait, where's my attorney? Edward, we don't have to tell him why, do we?
I don't think there's a requirement to, no.
Okay, yeah, then she's out. And not to be disrespectful. Thank you.
Yeah, I just
Okay, sure.
did not know.
All right. I know we have a lot of people in the room on this case, and we may have some in the virtual audience as well. We've had these type of popular cases before us before. To make it clear, we don't want any outright behavior, shouting, applause, things like that. I don't want that to happen today. I also want people to know we're going to bring up to 5 people from each side, from the people who are for this and people against it. We're not going to bring up 20 or 25 people. because the testimony all becomes repetitive. But we will bring up 5 from each side. You're kindly reminded that there's a timer for your testimony, and Miss Meredith over there is our timekeeper. And when you hear the buzzer go off, you've got about 10 seconds to kind of wind it up. I think it's 3 minutes, isn't that right? 2 minutes. So now, of course, the councils, the people for and the proponents get some time, and then the opposing will get some time. But for testimony, 2 minute limit. So to make this easy, do we have 5 people on each side who would like to be sworn in? Come up here to the microphone. I'm going to swear everyone in at one time, and how you come up or back makes no difference to me. We will call for support, and then we'll call for opposition testimony. That's the way it's going to work today.
Are we going to swear them in before staff presentation, or?
Yeah, we swear them in. We swear everyone in now.
Okay.
And then that was just easier to me. It's easier. So it won't matter, but if you're supporting the cause, kind of stand to the right of the podium or left, whichever way you want to go, and the other people will stand to the left. It won't matter when it comes to testifying. I'm just trying to get the amount of people.
We also
So-
have one person who's raised their hand online.
Okay. Let's bring them on and see if there are support or opposition. It looks like we've got 1, 2, 3. I can't see how many people. You got 4? 4 in support. So we could have a 5th in support if that's her or him. Okay. Well, this case may take a few minutes, so hopefully, and he or she will still be welcome in that testimony, as long as we don't have 5 of them, and it looks like we don't. All right. Okay, I'll swear you in and just, we'll do the same thing with you. Thank you. So we ready? Who's the
Jim Turner is the person online.
Mr. Turner, are you in support or opposition of this case? Could you turn on your camera and microphone, sir? Mr. Turner?
I withdraw because I was not aware of the 5 limit when I raised my hand.
Okay, and you're in support of this case because looks like you got about 5 people up there already, so.
I support herbivore.
Do you want him to testify, or do you want to pick another one from the live audience?
I don't know who that is, so.
Mr. Turner? Okay.
Is there any neighbors who would like to testify? But we may just have the 4, and that was our plan.
Okay, good. All right. So we're going to have everyone raise their right hands to be sworn in. You guys ready? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today. I'll start over here with Mr. Duddy, who's on city staff.
James Duddy, I do.
Thank you. We're going one in you.
Daniel Hurrier, I do.
Thank you.
Brooke Savaggio, I do.
Thank you.
Kristen Ellis Johnson, I do.
Thank you. Get over the microphone, please. Thank you.
Leah Seddington, I do.
Thank you.
Jen Schrader, I do.
Thank you.
Dan Morales, I do.
Thank you.
Stan Slaughter, I do.
Thank you.
Michael Jacobs, I do.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for doing that.
Mr. Chair, I was actually incorrect about the reason for withdrawal. The code does require the reason to be announced publicly. so-
Okay. The reason Ms. Mixdor is not here, her husband is affiliated with Urbanvore in some capacity.
With BNI.
BNIM, their architect.
The architects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. It's just going to take me a second here. I apologize. Ready? Almost there. Okay, who's speaking on behalf of you guys? You?
Yes,
Okay,
that'll be
thank
me.
you. Thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case, labeled 1 to 29. Do we have your permission to admit those? And do you have any questions on those exhibits?
You do have my permission to admit them. I have not had a chance to review exactly what they are, but I assume they are the things that I've presented previously. I do have additional exhibits that will be added today.
That'll be great. We'll get those in a minute. So those are admitted 1 to 29. Part of that is a presentation by staff. Miss Anna, please tell us about the case.
Okay, thank you. So this case is CD BZA 2023-49. The property in question is 5500 Bennington Avenue. The existing zoning district is R80, and the applicants are appealing city staff's determinations related to several zoning violations. Since it has been a year since we've heard the merits of this case, I'm going to go over my entire presentation again, full disclosure. So the property is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, just north of Swope Park. And this is a close-up of the site in question, located within an established residential neighborhood. And this is a look of the property from Bennington. Now, to clarify some things about the uses, all the different uses that we'll talk about today, we're going to be talking about a residential use, the property owner's home, a detached dwelling unit, something that we're going to loop in and call urban agriculture, that's crop, animal, and the CSA on site, and a composting facility. And I also want to clarify that just because all of these different uses can be established within the R80 zoning district, whether or not it's through a building permit, business license, special use permit for the compost facility, does not make each one of these things innately residential, except for, of course, the residential home, but that they all have the ability to be cited here in this zoning district. Now to go over the timeline of the case, because it adds to the layers of where we've been and where we're going, and to also clarify that the businesses, Herbivore and Compost Collective, have been continuing to operate through this entire process. So this all started in April of 2023 when city staff, the zoning and development code compliance staff, inspected the site after a complaint was filed. So they went out to the site and they noticed some things. They went back to City Hall, did some additional research about the uses that were approved on the site. And then another inspection occurred, and that is when notices of violation were issued to the site for 4 uncompliant factors. And then in May of 2023, the property owners had an appeal post-application meeting, and I say post-application because usually there's a pre-application, but this meeting happened after the appeals were made with the property owners, and that also resulted in some email correspondence from that conversation where the applicants were weighing their options about what they wanted to do, abatement, SUP, other entitlement, and agreeing to the master plan development route, which then resulted in the first continuance being requested and approved in June of 2023, where the BZA continued the case off docket so the property owners could pursue and file the MPD rezoning and plan. So then what happened between that continuance request and when it was supposed to be brought back on the docket? Well, Herbivore and Compost Collective, they launched an email campaign that was sent to the mayor, city council, and select city planning staff, where we received over 1,000 emails requesting city leadership to remove the zoning violations from the property or distribute $30,000 to Herbivore so they could create this MPD plan. Traction on that, didn't amount to the $30,000 being distributed to them or the code violations being removed from the site. So in December of 2023 is when development management staff, we had our first pre-application meeting about the MPD with the property owners and some design professionals at the time. So we can see that they started to work on the MPD with design professionals during that time. And I say that from my perspective because that's when we first started having correspondence with design professionals. In January 2024, that's when the BZA heard the merits of this case for the first time. No MPD had been filed at that time, and it was decided by the BZA to grant the property owners an additional 6 more months so the MPD could be filed, despite it not occurring the first 6 months. So then in June, we did receive the MPD application, and it began through its city staff review. So then in July and September, the BZA granted several more continuances, to allow for the CPC to make their review and recommendation. Those CPC meetings happened in August and September. Why were there 2 meetings in December? That is because the CPC requested the applicant revise the plans. They were interested in the road being amended and the plan scope be changed. The scope was altered and the road was also amended very slightly, but that did result in the CPC recommending approval and forwarding it to the city council. Again, we saw more continuances from the BZA in October and November. The October continuance was a result of a 4-person quorum, but at that meeting, it was sort of implied that the merits of the case were going to be discussed in November. However, in November, that did not occur. There was more continuances to allow for the city council's review and decision, excuse me. In October and November, that's when the city council meetings occurred, which resulted in November with the city council sending the master plan development back to CPC to review revised plans that would relocate the composting facility and the proposed driveway. So here we are today, almost exactly a year since the first time the BZA reviewed the merits of the case. So what am I going to talk about today? I'm going to re-review the code violations. There are 4 separate violations. And at the end of all this, I do recommend that there's a motion for each one, just for clarity. Unlike my presentation last January, I'm going to cover the composting violation last because there's just some more layers to that issue. So leave the big one for last. And I'm also going to re-review some next steps since, the city council has since, they haven't made a decision and they've sent the plans back to CPC for review, and the BZA this time has been waiting for that city council determination. If the BZA requests, I can also cover the MPD plan, but those are pocket slides. I'm going to focus on those first 2 items that I just mentioned. This is a visual representation of the 4 zoning violations. We're going to be discussing the compost facility, gravel drives and parking, the storage of shipping containers, and retail sales. The first violation to discuss is what I dubbed violation 2, which states did own, lease, or maintain a premises which is being used for the storage of temporary storage containers in a district zoned R80. This use is first allowed in the M1 zoning district with a special use permit. You can see 2 photos of shipping containers on the property from the 2023 inspection. Additional close-ups of some shipping containers on the site and some other outdoor storage, as well as different types of shipping containers, one that you would want, more see on like a highway further in the back of those trees. So lots of shipping containers on site. 88-370-08F of the Zoning and Development Code states that rail cars, semi-trailers, and similar structures may not be used for temporary or permanent storage on lots containing a dwelling unit. And as I mentioned, there is a dwelling unit on the site. It is the property owner's residential dwelling unit. Shipping containers, they of themselves do cite an industrial use dubbed outdoor storage on the subject property. When it is allowed, for example, like in an M district, those usually do require an SUP to be cited there. But we've got no special use permit for the use of shipping containers attached to the property. This is all under the umbrella of warehousing, wholesale storage, and freight movement use group, which is an industrial use group, which does include truck staging, storage, the use of shipping containers, and other outdoor storage. As I mentioned specifically, they're also extra not allowed on properties that contain a dwelling unit. Permitted accessory structures are allowed here. You can even use a shipping container as a building material, but that does go through a building permit process because it is above 200 square feet, which we also do not have in connection to this property. Violation 3 states did own, lease, or maintain a premises in an R80 zoned district in which the vehicle use area does not meet the vehicular use area requirements set forth in the City Code 88/2012. So we're talking about gravel here. Here are some photos of the gravel associated with the site. Additional close-ups. This is of the parking lot off Bennington. You can see the gravel. This is the right-of-way off of 55th Terrace, which the property owners poured the gravel on city property. And this, some key points associated with this, that because it's zoned R80, the site is permitted to have gravel, but the first 25 feet from the right-of-way must be paved. And those pictures did not indicate that there was any pavement. And they're permitted to have the residential parking spots to be gravel as well. But all of the other gravel or parking spaces associated with their businesses must be paved. And we saw that all parking spaces are gravel. Violation 4 did own, lease, or maintain a premises which is being used for a retail sales business in district zoned R80. This use is first permitted in the district zoned B1. So we have lots of online evidence which shows that they are selling products produced by other businesses off site, tortillas, flour, like kimchi and other pickles, beef, which I do not believe they raise cows on the property. So those are some of the businesses that I discussed in January of last year, but more has still been advertised since then. We can see breads, kombucha, there's more of those for ferments, pickles and stuff, and cheese as well. So why is this an issue since the CSA is permitted on the site? Because it is R80. Other residential zoning districts would have required an SUP for the CSA to be there, but it's R80, so it's permitted by right here. However, the specific use standards for a CSA say that the sales and donation of products produced on site are allowed through the CSA. But when you're selling products produced or created not at 5500 Bennington, that is retail sales and is not allowed in the R80 zoning district. And So those are the bullet points that I just said. And on to the last violation, violation 1, did own, lease, or maintain a premises which allows the operation of a compost facility in the District R80. This use is first permitted in the District R80 with a special use permit. So we will note that city staff acknowledged an accessory use of composting materials, mostly produced on site, not selling the compost, and any expansion would require a special use permit. So lots of layers to understanding this compost violation. So there's some things I'm going to get into is, well, what is the definition of a compost facility in the Zoning and Development Code? There has been a lot of, I'm just going to wait. Okay.
Be sure your cell phones are silent. Thank you.
So understanding all of the layers of the compost violation, I'm going to talk about what is the definition of a compost facility from the Zoning and Development Code. Out in the general public, there's been a lot of discussion about this capacity for the site, the 1,500 cubic yards. I'm going to issue a little correction for that. I'm going to talk about principal versus accessory uses and selling the compost. So first, what is the definition of a compost facility per the Zoning Development Code? A facility that specializes in composting of more than 40 cubic yards of organic material, fruits, vegetables, food waste, other types of biosolids, lawn clippings, landscaping, stuff like that. 40 cubic yards is about the size of a standard cubicle. So basically, the Zoning Development Code is saying you at your private residence can compost your materials, but really once you've gone past that 40 cubic yards, you've hit the capacity of a composting facility. So looking at the composting that is at 5500 in Bennington right now, you can visually tell that it is above 40 cubic yards. I mentioned the acknowledgement that city staff gave to the property owners of 5500 in Bennington back in 2012. This is a letter which is also attached to the staff report materials, which states that the description of the composting use at that time they considered was accessory and described that any expansion would trigger a special use permit. This is the letter in of itself that was issued to the property owners. Nothing else was attached to it, but we do have some more emails that illustrates what could have been discussed, which again talks about accessory use, that their opinion of the description of the composting use at that time was that it was accessory to the urban agriculture, and I'll get more later into why it's not accessory anymore. This are some notes that were inputted when they requested a pre-application meeting, where it says that the urban farm plans to divert an annual volume of 1,500 cubic yards of compost. So remember that says to divert that much amount of compost to their site. That's the key. Here's an additional email that was sent to a different staff member at the time, where it also says that we estimate that they would take in 1,000 to 500 cubic yards of material annually for the next 3 years. Again, more talks about how much they're taking in. So I did address this correction back in January of last year, where I realized that the way I worded that 1,500 cubic yards in my previous staff report implied that that was the goal of like why the violation was sent. And I addressed it here that that was not right. I was trying to imply the goal that was set by the property owners. And as you can tell from that letter, that was issued in 2012 of our acknowledgement of their accessory use, it did not mention 1,500 cubic yards. So this is a correction that I tried to make last year. I'm making it again here with some more layers. That do I personally believe that the site can hold over 1,500 cubic yards, even though that is not a threshold that is triggering accessory versus primary violation, no violation? Yes, because we can see that some of the material can be stacked above the bays, and I'll show other pictures that show that they will spill out in front of the bays. But city staff did inspect physically the compost bays of November of this year. And at that time, the site held 1,110 cubic yards of compost. This is a quote taken from a newsletter from the property owners, where it says that they take in roughly 20,000 pounds of residential food waste a week, which could calculate to be about 900 low to high end of cubic yards per year. And remember that this does not consider commercial, event, or brush or landscaping materials, which they also do collect. But regardless, this number meets the definition of a composting facility in the zoning and development code. So the inspector saying, yes, this is a composting facility is accurate. Some photos from the 2023 inspection of the compost, you know, more different angles of the different bays. And these are photos from the November 2024 inspection. The bays on the opposite side, you can see that they're using some bulldozers as well to move materials around. So it's a decent operation is what I'll say. Some more online evidence that shows their business structure, where there are different subscription services, membership services, depending on what you need. If they're picking up the compost from your house, if you're doing a bin swap, if you're doing a commercial rate, if you've got event composting. Different rates for all of those options, and all of the compost, whether it's residential or commercial, goes to 5500 Bennington Avenue. And we do believe that, you know, Herbivore and Compost Collective has the ability to sell compost, has sold compost, but remember, it is also just one part of this expansion trigger. We're talking about the amount. We're talking about, do they sell it? We're talking about, is it an accessory or primary use? You know, it's all of them together. You take away just one, you still have the other components. And we would also note that passive methods of receiving compost, for example, through one of these subscription or membership services, still counts as selling the compost in our eyes. And this has even been mentioned several times throughout this whole process by individuals giving public testimony at these events, where they talk about receiving compost through their membership, the compost membership. So the online evidence, the complaints which launched the code enforcement investigation, and the testimony from the property owners all still indicate that this composting, the composting facility, is a major component of the site. So diving more into that, which is one of the more critical components of understanding this violation, is principal versus accessory use. Per our zoning and development code, a principal use is an activity or a combination of activities of chief importance on the lot. And this deals with how the land is used, how the buildings or the structure of the site is laid out, how it's designed, and how it's ordinarily used. So I broke it down to really say, well, because there's multiple uses on the site, how are each of these uses fitting into that definition? Activity or combination of activities of chief importance, you could argue that there are two principal uses. You've got the farm and the composting facility. Now, does this one lean a little bit more towards composting facility? I personally would say yes, because the property owners have even testified that the composting products, the material that they get from composting to use it on their farm, and the funds generated from the membership and the subscription service makes the urban farm successful. The main purpose of the land that leans more towards the urban farm and the CSA, because you can visually see that most of the 13 acres is covered by the orchards and the fields and the growing products. The zoning clearance letter issued for the urban farm business even states urban farm crop agriculture. The main purpose of the design of the structure or the site, that leans more towards the composting facility, because you can see the vehicular infrastructure and the commercial activity is supporting bringing the compost to those bays. The articles of organization where the property owner was taking ownership of Compost Collective, it states residential compost for that. And then the main purpose of ordinary use of the land, it's the urban farm and the composting facility. They're active in both of those uses a lot. And the restrictive covenants for the sale of 5500 Bennington that allow these property owners to acquire this land, the conditions attached to that, says that permitted uses, need to occur on the site in compliance with zoning laws and the proposal. What does the proposal say? Urban farm, agricultural education, and residential composting. And so here are some screenshots of those items for proof of what I put in that table. If you want the full documents, let me know, and we can add those as exhibits. Those are the restrictive covenants saying that the conditions, it needs to be used in compliance with zoning laws and the proposal. Additional screenshots of what is that proposal, encouraging residents to utilize the farm's composting resources for brown estates. And the residential composting, that the agricultural production can absorb 15 cubic yards annually. Okay, more showing the growth of the evolution of the site, which is a good thing. We want businesses to grow and we want sites to be developed. But this is proof of how everything has expanded. This is an aerial that a planner would have used in 2021 to make a use determination in 2021. The images of 2020, the orange box showcases where the composting facility is going to grow. That is the look of the property in 2020. 2022, you can see some bays being developed, some more fields or orchards being planted. And we would also note that due to capacity, this is in regards to any zoning code investigation, we respond when a complaint is made. And in 2024, so very, very flushed out. You can see all 9 or 8 bays of the composting facility. This is what it looks like today. So again, because I personally believe that this accessory versus primary use is very key, because there are specific use standards for a composting facility, and there are specific use standards to mitigate any possible negative externalities that could occur. So the city council in 2012, they determined that this use needs extra attention. That's why they adopted the specific use standards for a composting facility. The applicant told staff that they would only take in 1,000 to 1,500 cubic yards of material or waste. And as I noted that the inspection that occurred of this year, the site at that time held 1,110 cubic yards of compost. As it's been stated in lots of these public hearings, and my understanding of compost is that organic and of just waste, organic materials continuously break down. So to reach that number, implies that they've been taking in that amount or more. And the snapshot of the composting facility right now warrants entitlement. And the recent city council motion also implies that. So
I
as,
don't understand what that means.
Entitlement.
oh, excuse me. Yes, my apologies. Entitlement is a word that we use when someone needs zoning approvals. So you need a special use permit, you need a variance, you need a building permit, you need some sort of entitlement. It's not permitted by right.
In this case, it would be the SUP.
Correct.
Great.
My apologies for the jargon. So to refresh everything I just said, all of the things that go into understanding this compost facility violation, that it is a compost facility because it's over 40 cubic yards. There are two principal uses on the property, the urban farm and the composting facility. I went through all of those reasons. How does the fact that there's over 40 cubic yards of compost on the site, how does that impact the surrounding property owners, which we've heard testimony, and selling the compost? Again, all of them are intertwined. If you take out one thing, you still have the other three. Take out two, you still have the two. You know, it's layered, but it's all there. So my multi-step conclusion for this is to start off by talking about the next steps, you know, and why this is, you know, taken a year to do, because there's lots of rhetoric out there about how the city staff, maybe in bad faith, recommended the MPD path forward. You know, at that appeal post-application meeting that I mentioned that we occurred in May of 2023, the property owners said, well, we want to keep using gravel. We want to use the shipping containers. We want to keep selling products from other businesses through our CSA. We believe all those things are important to our business model. And so that poses two non-abatement options, you know, because the way they desire to operate is not aligned with the zoning development code. They could get a special use permit for the compost with associated variances for the other items, except for the retail sales violation, because that would be a use variance, which is not allowed. They would also have to prove a hardship for those variances, wanting the gravel and wanting the shipping containers. Does not evoke a hardship argument. So as a planner, I could not in good faith recommend that path forward. But the MPD zoning and development plan allows for them to also project out growth. So we're not in this situation again. But if the city council felt like deviations from those items of the code were aligned, you know, with that particular plan, then that particular plan could have the deviations, which is why I recommended the development plan option. Looked like you were going to ask a question, but I'll keep going. So here's more proof that all of these options were laid out. You know, are we abatement? Are we going down an entitlement option, a zoning approval option? And again, the property owners chose the MPD path. And now to address the layeredness of community support and the bureaucracy, which also adds to the timeline. We see that there's clear metro-wide support, right? But this process feels very punitive because a zoning violation was issued, right? But business growth then triggering additional entitlement zoning approvals is not punitive. It actually does happen all the time where something was previously established, or you know, one thing was acknowledged or discussed with staff, and for one reason or another, things grow, because growth is good. We like to see that, but then additional approvals are required. Building permits are not punitive. The entitlement isn't punitive. And if you want me to give specific examples of this, and you know, adjacent examples, I can. But these processes that occur when things grow or are being established for the first time are there to ensure compliance with the municipal code, which bottom line protects the existing and future livability or development potential for a property, regardless of who you are, your home, a hospital, a school, the farm, all of that is under this umbrella of the municipal code to make sure their property rights are protected in then and long term, but as well as the surrounding communities of all of those uses. So where do we go from here? What kind of precedent is all of this setting? So I'm going to go through again each violation very quickly, and what it means moving forward and why the code exists. So the composting facility, we see it clearly being regulated in the code 88-328 and the definition of a composting facility. Why do these things exist? From my planner perspective, this is to ensure that odors and any unsightly material is controlled. There's a provision in there about contamination that can occur if it's near a stream buffer, and also to control activity. People using the compost facility, pedestrian or vehicular levels, that's being controlled by the code as well. What kind of precedence, does a decision about overturning city staff's decision make for this? Well, we have to think about other agriculture sites, that are in Kansas City and how this would affect them. And what does it mean for other growing businesses not obtaining entitlement or following specific use standards? The shipping containers violation, again, clear references to the code about where it is being regulated. Why is it being regulated? Safety. Ingress and egress around multiple accessory structures. Also ensuring safety for it being an occupiable space. Per the building code, anything that a human can enter and spend more than like 5 seconds in is an occupiable space. We want to ensure that it is safe for people to be in, make sure you can get out, if the door shuts behind you, what the longevity of that structure, things like that are protected. As well as aesthetics, as I mentioned in my prior zoning case, you're looking about site continuity, invisibility and the way it looks, the precedent of overturning city staff's decision in this case, because property owners of all scales, want structures. And what does this mean for property owners using unpermitted structures for storage? This is also a fairly common reported issue, one in which the BZA has upheld before, that sites, have been using shipping containers improperly for storage. So, and if you want me to give a specific example to refresh your memory on that, I can as well. Gravel, again, specific code references where it's being regulated. Why is it being regulated? Again, for safety and vehicular efficiency. This is also a fairly common variance request. But if this determination on this violation is overturned, we have to understand, well, what does that mean for the threshold of other variance requests hardship argument? And when the gravel's clearly there. And the last one, retail sales, it's clearly regulated in the code about where it cannot be. Why is it there? To, again, control activity, both pedestrian and vehicular levels for neighborhoods. Again, the precedent, how will this affect other urban ag sites? And to note that this is also a determination that BZA has recently denied unpermitted retail sales through an appeal case process. And again, I can go over that example again if needed. So we've presented several solutions to addressing the zoning violations. The property owners accepted that MPT path versus having a full appeal public hearing to dispute the zoning violations, thus the continuance, from 2023. But here we are. In January of last year is when we first heard the merits of the case, where the BZA instructed Herbivore to pursue the MPD path to address the zoning violations. The chair, because the meeting was virtual and we were talking about a lot of things at once about what the continuance means. So the chair summarized the board's intent with that continuance request. He said, quote, "Give them 6 months, and if they are not active in the MPD process, we enforce the violations." So that discussion surrounding the continuance from a professional perspective implied the existence of the zoning violations, thus their need to fix them through the MPD process. There was lots of public testimony that occurred at the last public hearing that is available to view online on YouTube. Additionally, all the written letters were associated with that are on Compass KC. Around 50 to 53% of the support back in 2024 came from non-KCMO residents, which is very rare for us. You know, it's unusual to have one, you know, from outside of Kansas City, Missouri residents. They're usually more centered on the immediate area. So I will note that. And to remember that the MPD and the use conversation is separate from the appeal case. You can think urban farming and composting is good and still uphold the zoning and development code. The city council will make a decision about whether or not this particular MPD is appropriate with their appropriate objective and subjective rights and views. The appeal process, which is what we're here today, is a process, is a tool for correcting an error when applying the zoning code to a particular property, not a method of relief for operating outside of the code. So per 88-57509, an appeal may be sustained only if the BZA finds that administrative error has erred. We do not believe that the zoning compliance staff made an error in applying the code to the property for all of the information that I has just presented. So what does this mean going forward? Because the city council, you know, has pushed the MPD plan back to CPC for review. There's 3 options: deny, dismiss, continue off docket with fee. I'll go over, because that graphic is very small. I'll go over.
In theory, we could approve as well.
Correct. And so I'm going to go over the staff's options. So to deny, which means that since the MPD plan is still active, the operations related to the zoning violations may continue while the MPD is being reviewed by the city council and CPC, and city staff will pause the code enforcement until the MPD is reviewed. I will note that the applicant does not intend to modify the MPD plans as directed by the city council. So we're still kind of in this limbo situation. The MPD city council decision, whatever happens, the operations are subject to those conditions and phasing plan if approved. If denied, then the BZA would not have to revisit the appeal case after the city council's decision. And per the zoning and development code, this decision would be making a policy decision that the city staff did not err. Dismiss, operations related to the zoning violations would need to be paused while the MPD is being reviewed by city council, or further code enforcement and tickets could be issued. Again, I want to note that the applicant does not intend to modify the MPD plans as directed by the city council. So how would that change the BZ's decision? Again, the MPD plan would be reviewed by future inspections subject to the operations approved. The BZA still would not have to revisit the appeal case after the city council's decision. This decision would be making a policy decision that the appeal case is no longer necessary. Or continue off docket with fee. Continue off docket is so if we're waiting on the CPC and we're waiting on the city council, we don't know how long that's going to take. Instead of month by month by month by month, this continuance off docket with fee, the fee is there because we have to re-advertise the case, which would mean that once the appeal case is ready to be reviewed again, we would issue new notices, notices of public hearing to then review the case. The BZA would then continue the stay of enforcement on the property, awaiting city council's decision on the MPD plan, which could resolve the zoning violations. But again, remember, this has been on our docket in the BZA's hands for around 19 months. The BZA would then have to revisit the case once the city council makes their determination. And again, all new notices of the public hearing would be sent out when that occurs. But you have to ask yourself, will the BZA's determination change once the city council makes their determination? And again, from the information I have right now, there are no plans to modify the MPD plans as directed by the city council. So that does officially conclude my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna. That's very exhaustive and very informative too. There are a couple references. You said 2012. I want to correct that and say it should have been 2021. There's just a couple of those. It's all good. It's all good. Just want to make that clarification because I saw Miss Johnson over there writing every time you said it. So.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Board members, any questions of staff?
Yeah, I'm curious about this. I'm looking at violation number 1, the 40 cubic yards situation. Am I understanding correctly that it's the staff's view that since this is, since the definition of the use mentions 40 yards, that once you pass that threshold, it's considered a principal use?
That 40 cubic yards is what defines, anything over 40 is what identifies it as a composting facility.
Okay, okay.
Mhm.
So
And any
there's
compost
a list.
facility needs a special use permit, whether it's accessory or primary.
There's a list of uses. One of those says you can have a composting facility. Um, you know, your land is considered a composting facility if you have more than 40 cubic yards of composting at your site. And since they've passed that threshold, that would be applied to this particular site. So it's the staff's view that that a principal use of this property is a composting facility.
There's two principal uses,
Right.
the urban agriculture and the composting facility.
Okay.
Okay, you said the city council directed them to make changes. So there was a motion at the city council saying you must make these specific changes or we will never approve this, and we're sending it back to City Plan Commission?
The motion is in the staff report packet for exactly what they said. My understanding of that was that they to get to an approvable place, they directed the property owners to revise the plans, moving the compost facility and moving the road that was proposed. So they sent the plans back to CPC, so the CPC could initially review those revised plans, and then it would go back to city council.
Okay, I'll look for it in here.
Okay.
It's on the final page of the staff report packet.
That's all the questions I have, staff.
Maggie, do you want me to give you some time to look for that? And then we'll ask for
Gotta
Ms.
get to the
Johnson.
bottom of it.
Yeah. That way you feel comfortable before Kristen starts.
Okay, so the two conditions were move the driveway off Bennington 250 feet to the north and a revised plan that would move the composting facility 500 feet away from the residences. Those were the two conditions that you believe they've refused to. Okay, so is the CPC going to hear it?
It should be on the CPC docket next week.
Okay, but the CPC is essentially being directed, don't approve this unless they do these things. Or we won't approve it, so I guess that's not, okay. All right.
I'm happy to speak to that as
Okay,
well.
I was at my understanding right now, so thank you.
And as I understand it, back when we first heard this case a while ago, I think CPC recommended we approve some of these, as I recall. Do you
They
recall
did.
that, Anna?
Okay, so the CPC didn't recommend the BZA to do anything, because the violations are separate from the MPD. The original version of the MPD, City Planning Commission did recommend approval when they forwarded it to City Council.
Okay, thank you for
The
that.
MPD.
Yeah, of the MPD, not any action associated with the notices of violation.
Thank you, everyone. All right, Ms. Johnson, I think it's your turn.
Okay. I have some exhibits I'd like to hand.
Great. These will be exhibit
And-
number 30,
And actually,
or is it more?
so 30 would have been the December continuance request from the applicant. And then
Okay.
31 is the December continuance request PowerPoint presentation. So this packet is 32.
Okay, this will be 32.
Is the map a separate exhibit? I don't need one.
We'll make
Sorry?
it that. We'll make
Yeah,
it
but-
that. The map will be exhibit 32.
Is
and
that
this
updated
packet of
from-
Material
Previous submittal? Yep, that map.
be
Yep.
33.
So yeah, map and packet. Oh. Map and packet, you said 32 or separate?
I was going to separate it. Map 32 and the packet 33, just to make it easy. Thank you.
And some of these are things that have been submitted previously. I just wanted to print them out so you have them in your hands. We can talk through it. I want to note, just before we even get started, I worked really hard to make a 15-minute presentation. But as you know, Anna spoke for 45 minutes, and there are some things that we just disagree on in interpretation. And so it's going to take longer than that.
Of course.
There are some things she brought up that I was not expecting. So I'm going to be kind of speaking off the cuff in some ways. I'll do my best to keep it as concise as possible. Okay.
Presentation yet?
Oh, yes, I'm
No.
sorry. It's in a folder.
January 2025?
Yes, yes,
This one right here, final?
yes.
It'll be exhibit 34, right, Anna?
Yes. Oh, and I need to share my screen.
Okay. So today, as Anna noted, you know, we are celebrating the 1-year anniversary of the first time that you saw my face. And when this body heard on the merits and decided to continue the case to allow us to pursue the master plan development further. As you know, and we've updated you over time, we have been diligently pursuing that master plan. But unfortunately, we're here today asking you for a legal interpretation because as Anna's presentation showed, we've kind of just been going around and around. BZA has said, well, we can defer, you can go through the master plan process. We've done that, and now we've gotten it to a point where we have presented it as an approved 5-1. CPC said, yes, even though you didn't move the road where we wanted it to go, we will approve this in their deliberations. We talked about moving that road location. We talked about why we couldn't move the composting. So the two conditions that the council members have asked us to consider, they already knew that those were not possible from our discussions, and the City Plan Commission knew that those were not possible. So next week, we will go before them to talk about these requests from council and why that is not possible, and that they should consider the plan that they had previously approved instead. So hopefully that clears it up. I'm happy to talk about that more, but it was not something that I was planning to talk about, because what I plan to talk about today.
Can I ask you, are there
Yeah.
alternatives to moving the compost facility, like shielding it somehow, that have been considered?
Yeah, that's a great question. That is actually part of the master plan development. So the master plan development plan is to build a roof over the composting area that would act also as a solar facility, and to put up visual screening on the property lines, visual screening around the compost facility itself. So yes, that is part of the plan that that is approved and pending before council. What I was planning to talk about today was really focusing in on the composting issue. We're asking for your legal interpretation of that March 2021 use approval. Herbivore told the city exactly what it planned to do. The city planning department approved that as an accessory use as Herbivore described it. That use approval included the expansion of the composting to the level that you see today. And Herbivore has at all times operated within what it told the city it was going to do and that use approval. So our position has always been that Herbivore was never violating the codes because it had a March 2021 use approval showing that it had permission from the city, that this was the entitlement or the process that it needed to go through was to present the information to the planning department and get this approval. In fact, that letter states, and I put it in your packets if you want to look at it more closely, the letter states that 88328 does not apply, which shows that this NOV was issued in error because Herbivore was relying on that use approval when it built out its facility, when it expanded its composting. To say that composting is a violation after approving specifically what they said they were going to do is a total reversal of that March 2021 use approval. And it would substantially undermine the community business owners' ability to rely on the city's guidance. So making a decision today to uphold this violation affects not just this business, but others, as Anna has also mentioned. It's a conversation about what level of confidence can small business owners have in what the city planning department tells them, and then investing and relying on that approval. So we're asking you to grant Herbivore's appeal with regard to the composting based on that use approval. And I'm going to walk you through in probably very painful detail how Dan spelled it out and as he described it, which is what that letter approved. Sorry, now I realize I have a presentation here. Let's talk about the MPD briefly. Again, I wasn't planning to spend much time on this. I had one quick slide because I know that I have already said to you many times, the MPD is the path that was contemplated to, if Herbivore decided they wanted to expand their composting and start selling the compost, those are both required, not just one, that it's above the 40 cubic yards and that they sell the compost, that they would go through some sort of different process. The use approval contemplated that. Jared Clements contemplated that in 2021 when he issued the use approval. Even though it is in response to codes violations that came up because of nuisance complaints, Herbivore has agreed that the MPD process makes sense at this time, given the obvious misunderstanding and the disagreement about whether it is the primary use, whether it is still an accessory use within the permit. We agreed, let's go through this process. It was their preferred process. It was our preferred process. We've all agreed that this is the way that we wanted to go, and we've now gone through that process at great time and expense. I want to clear the air just a minute. You know, I heard Anna say something about bad faith, and you know, I know we all serve different roles. We all have a job to do, and we're all doing our very best to do that job. So I just want to recognize, you know, that we can do that and still have differences of opinion in how we interpret the codes, especially in an area like this where urban farms and composting really have not been decided by this board, have not been decided by the courts in the state of Missouri. It's an emerging area where the laws are changing. And so I want to say, you know, it makes sense that this is hard and that it's taking more time for everyone to consider. But there are several things as I go through that I would like to try to correct about what Anna has said in her interpretation, because we have a very different interpretation. Let me talk about what happened at City Council. It has become clear that there will be no forward progress on the master plan development unless and until the BZA has made a legal determination about the use approval. Council has unfairly delayed voting on the MPD, remanding it back through the CPC with these two requests that it knows we can't meet, even though we already had an approved plan. It should have been an easy yes. It should have been something that they could quickly approve because the staff approved it. We were presenting the plan that made sense for Herbivore's farm and composting operations and addressed the neighbors' concerns. And the City Plan Commission had spent time considering the road location, which is something that the council has now asked us to go back and consider again. And we had informed the council members in this delayed period that those changes were not possible. So it's not, I hope that it doesn't come across as bad faith that Herbivore has not been able to make those changes that were requested. I also, and perhaps the city attorney, I'm not sure if you're prepared to make this statement. I assume that the person who will be in charge of the CPC case will. So, but I have been contacted by council members who said this was not an amendment to the plan. It was not a requirement that you go back and change it specifically these ways, but that they wanted us to go back to CPC and talk about those particular issues again. If you want us to get into more detail about why we can't move the composting anywhere else on the site, short answer is there's not another place. And the composting use approval specifically in correspondence acknowledged that the setbacks could not be met. So the reason they're asking us to move the composting is because they want those setbacks to be met. And it is physically not possible anywhere on the site to meet the setbacks. So that might mean that we have to stay under that use approval. And we need your decision today to solidify that they can continue composting at the level that they are under the existing use approval. It might mean that they can't sell the compost. That could be a reality. But the second point, they asked us to move the road. They put a very specific number on there, 250 feet. So I don't have this in my slides, unfortunately. I will next week at CPC because that was the conversation I'm going to have with them. But if you look at your map, 250 feet from the property line, that upside down, is about right here. It cuts through the retention pond on the site. It cuts through all of the existing fields and would essentially destroy Herbivore's ability to continue as an urban farm. And so it's a condition that is impossible to meet. So that addresses that. You might be wondering why we're in this position. I believe it's because, and they're in making that motion, there were some stated misunderstandings from certain council members, confusion about the status of this pending appeal, an inappropriate belief that Herbivore is a habitual and intentional violator of the codes. An inappropriate belief that because this appeal has been pending for so long, that equals violation. As you know, you have not yet made a decision on the legal issue of whether the composting violation should be upheld or whether the appeal should be granted. So there's been this powerful false narrative about my clients, unfortunately, and it's taken hold with some council members. It has been perpetuated by staff presentations, and it originated from some toxic, not in my backyard mentality from new neighbors who moved to the farm after it had been approved originally in 2010. These complaints and a heightened level of scrutiny, confusion, prosecution, and even punishment has been present in this case. In particular, I know this is also in the realm of CPC, but the council has taken steps toward vacating the road to the farm illegally. The criteria for doing so are not met. And it's something that they've had to defend against in a separate forum that is resulting from these nuisance complaints, but the idea that they were going to vacate the road to address these zoning violations. And that's just not an appropriate use of that power. So we have no idea what the result with the MPD will be, given that circumstance. We have no idea how long it will take, but it's why we need a decision from you today on the simple matter of, is Herbivore operating within the use approval? And can they continue to do so? So we're asking you today to set the record straight on composting so that we can hopefully move forward. I do have some council members who have said, yeah, if BZA would make a decision about and say that the composting was never a violation, then we could approve that location. You wouldn't need to move it somewhere else and try to meet the setbacks. Then we could approve your master plan without concern about these other things. So we're here today asking for that decision. And, you know, again, it's just been a circular process. How do we get to the end? That's what we all want. So I think I might have skipped over some things, but BZA is authorized, thank you for pointing it out, to grant the appeal today. And that's what we're asking. We're going to focus primarily just on composting. We would also ask that if you find any of the other violations to be upheld, that you would impose a mandatory stay of enforcement until the MPD is voted on by council. And again, we don't know how long that will be, but you do have the authority to do that. So the legally permissible uses of the farm are not in question, and this board understands, even if, you know, complaining neighbors don't, that agricultural R80 zoning allows the farmers to do things on their property that their residentially zoned neighbors can't do. This includes, as Anna mentioned, growing crops and farm animals. It includes accessory uses like composting. It gives larger size for accessory buildings, and it allows them to have a CSA. Anna covered all of those points. Today, the points of legal determination that are still needed are listed here in the right column of this slide. Again, whether the composting operations are within the 2021 approval, but whether the shipping containers can be accessory farm sheds and not considered commercial storage. That's how they are used. Also, the city has approved the use of shipping containers in buildings, permitted buildings on the property. So some of the pictures that you saw were shipping containers that have now been incorporated into a permitted building. Some of them, there was a picture on there that was not even on my client's property. So there were some that were just extraneous photographs and should not be used as evidence against the client. I think that's all I want to say on that for now. Third, the issue whether the CSA can include sale of offsite products and whether online sales of things that might not be allowed can happen on the property. And then finally, you know, whether to allow a gravel driveway from the gravel right of way. As you guys know, we preferred to, instead of have a decision on those things, pursue the MPD so that we could just wrap it all into one and resolve everything at once. And unfortunately, we're having to ask you for a decision before that process has finished. That has not been our delay. That has been because City Council has asked for more time. These unique questions, as I said before, just don't always fit into the neat boxes of the code. And we expect that there will be some legislative change coming. But as I agree with Anna, this is a point of agreement that each of these issues will need to be decided separately. We would ask for a separate decision. It's not all or nothing. I know that you recall my clients, the Hurrier-Salvaggio family, who reside in their home, and their businesses depend on your decision today. All of them are located on the same property. I wanted to remind you, just again, you know, repeating what I said last January, but Burke and Dan operate the oldest urban farm in Kansas City and the largest, and they use 12 acres of their property, their 13-acre property, to do so. Their farm is also the home of Compost Collective KC, as you know, and that is only 1/4 acre. So that's why I gave you that map. It shows in the red box. That's the small portion of their property that's used. That's the limited area that is used for composting. Co-location of composting on a farm makes a lot of sense because Almost all of the compost that they generate is used directly on site to supplement the soils for organic farming practices. You have seen this slide before, but it's been a while. Herbivore's position has not changed since last January, and you saw this slide. We continue to assert that composting is an accessory use of the farm. It is subordinate in area, extent, and purpose to the principal agricultural use of the property, and therefore was never a violation in the first place. This is a really important point. There were a lot of numbers thrown around. There's a lot of calculating about capacity, the 40 cubic yard threshold and the special use permit issue. Accessory composting under a use approval does not have a quantitative limit, period. There is no quantitative limit to what can be approved as accessory to an agricultural composting use approval. While there is a formal special use provision, it requires, as Anna pointed out, there are multiple factors, not just the quantity, but that it is also a marketable product that is sold. And that is an element that is not met here. Brooke and Dan use most of the compost on their farm, and some of it they donate, a little tiny bit they donate. Oh, and I just wanted to point out that unlike a larger scale industrial composting facility such as Missouri Organics, Herbivore's limited use of a portion of their site is not going to grow. It's not that this is not intended that they would eventually have the whole site be a composting facility. It is limited in area. And in the master plan, that is limited even more so than the use approval. Okay. Not only is Herbivore's composting, I need a drink, I'm sorry. Not only is Herbivore's composting accessory in legal theory, but it was explicitly and formally approved as such by the City Planning Department in March of 2021. Here, it's just not in question that the city issued this use approval for accessory composting before Herbivore legally expanded. That's become an issue with City Council, is them saying, you should have asked for permission. You should have followed the rules, and they did. They went to the City Council or to the City Planning Department, informed them of what they planned to do. They sought their guidance. They said, what hoops do we need to jump through? And received the city's approval for the proposed expansion. Then they relied on that approval to build out their infrastructure. Herbivore has not deviated from what it told the City Council, the City Planning Department that it planned to do. In its approval, in the correspondence, so behind my letter in that packet I handed you, I printed out the correspondence from February 2021, and that I marked it as my Exhibit 7A, if you want to look at that more closely. In that correspondence, the city planning staff clearly acknowledged the legal theory that accessory composting can exceed 40 cubic yards. And as I'll show, and as Anna agreed, in the correspondence, Dan clearly estimated he would be receiving a much larger amount. They would receive 1,000 to 1,500 cubic yards annually of food waste. This is obviously greater than the 40 cubic yard threshold. And yet the city planning department approved that as an accessory use based on what they told them at the time. This is a point of disagreement between me and Anna. The existence of the special use category quantitative threshold does not mean that it automatically is triggered. It does not automatically mean that that becomes the principal use of the property. Rather, the agricultural use approval can continue to apply without limitation, since Herbivore has stayed within the terms of what it agreed under that use approval and has not ever sold the compost. The city has not questioned the validity of the use approval, which includes, in green, I highlighted it for you. He says this is accessory, as is the planned expansion, as you've described it. However, when the city issued its NOV, it's my understanding that it did not even acknowledge at the time that the use approval existed. So the violation that is issued is failure to meet 88328. This specifically ignores that use approval letter says that does not apply to your composting. So upholding the city's NOV would be a complete reversal of that March 2021 use approval. Then, I made this slide and I feel a little bit bad about it, honestly, but I needed it to be clear. The city has gotten it wrong in several ways throughout this process. They got it wrong when they issued the NOV. Then after that, the staff continued to make errors while prosecuting the NOV. So to account for the use approval after the fact, the staff incorrectly focused on the volume of the food waste as a quantitative limit. As I mentioned, use approvals don't have a quantitative limit. But they claimed Herbivore exceeds the 1,500 cubic yards that they agreed to or that they presented. They also claimed that Herbivore sells the compost. And as the evidence and the record shows, neither of those claims is true. More importantly, it was an error to apply a quantitative limit at all. So rather, the position that we have taken is that the use approval to conclude should have been used at that time to conclude this was never a violation in the first place. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a little bit convoluted. The final thing that I want to say is the evidence that has been presented to you by the city compared to what we have presented is subpar. The evidence used to support the claim are estimates. No one came out to Herbivore's farm to measure the composting facility for over a year. We finally had to ask. We had to ask them to come because we needed clarity on this position. So the original NOV was issued based on estimates and observations from the adjacent property, aerial photos, calculations, and that has meant that the staff has consistently gotten the numbers wrong. There have been different numbers presented throughout all of these different hearings about how much compost Herbivore actually processes and what their on-site capacity is. These are the mistakes that have been made, and this is why we're asking you to overturn the NOV, which was issued in error. To counter the city's claim, Herbivore does not sell the compost. Anna used their website and their payment structure as evidence of compost sale, as if these prices here are associated with bags of compost and a price tag, and that is not the case. So let me explain how it actually works. All of the prices that you see are a fee for waste collection services, right? They go out to your house, they go out to events, they go out to pick up bins and gather up food waste and bring it back to their farm. This was specifically what was approved in March 2021. All of the fees are for the service, not for the sale of compost as a product. I'm sorry, I'm having a very hard time.
All right.
They don't sell the compost, they use it. And they use most of it. And what they don't use, they donate. Herbivore has always, since it's been at its current location, 5500 Bennington, they have always made the compost available for free to community members. It's a pile out at the front of the farm. And this was approved as part of the original rezoning that Anna pointed you to. The 15 cubic yard threshold, that's what that was about. This is a community composting proposal back in 2010, before they rezoned the property. They've always offered it for free for donation. Since acquiring Compost Collective KC, CCKC offers what they call a give back program. So as part of their payment for food waste pickup subscription, members can opt to receive 2 free bags of compost, once in the fall, once in the spring. It's part of their subscription. It's not, here's compost for sale to the general public. So the position that we continue to take is that Herbivore has never sold the compost from the site, and therefore it is not an industrial compost facility. It does not meet all of the criteria of 88328. We estimate, they don't track this because they're not required to, but they estimate that donations to gardeners and farmers, plus the member give back, constitutes less than 10% of the compost volume that they produce on an annual basis. And the remaining 90+% is used on their own farm, on their fields. On the website, there's also no advertising for the sale of compost as a product like you might see from Missouri Organics or another composting facility, capital C, capital F. There's also no revenue generated from selling compost as a marketable product, which is a requirement of the code if it's going to be considered a compost facility. The city's only other evidence supporting its claim of compost sale is a comment from a random person on the internet who is a subscriber to the Compost Collective, who has since recanted her statement in writing because she felt so bad it was being used against Herbivora in this context. She emailed me, she emailed the city. She has said, I didn't realize what I was saying would be used in this way. She recognizes that she pays for the subscription fee and gets compost in exchange. So the evidence of sale that has been presented is it doesn't hold water, right? They don't sell the compost. By contrast to this subpar level of support for its claims, Herbivore has provided since January of last year detailed information showing how Dan described the expanded composting use. And so I've given you the email correspondence in detail, and I'm going to walk you through it because I think it's really, that's the crux of what we're here to talk about today. What did they tell the city they were going to do? So Dan proactively reached out and he said, here's our plan. What do we need to do? He sought the city's approval before they expanded their composting. And as he described it, included community-sourced composting of food scraps and yard waste. He mentioned that this had already been in existence and funded since 2011. You can look at my slide, but it's really ugly. I think it would be better if you actually look at the emails. He talked about planning to improve the composting practices. He talked about the expanded source being food waste from curbside collection from the community. So that's a point of discrepancy as well from what Anna told you. She said that the source would all be on site, and that is not true. That's not how it was ever represented. That's not what was approved. He said we would have the community waste dropped at our farm. So that was clear. He also talked about planning to expand the infrastructure to accommodate an estimated capacity of between 1,000 to 1,500 cubic yards annually. He specifically said we would collect payment for the collection, and specifically admitted that the property couldn't meet the setbacks of the special use requirement. In that email, Dan kind of signs off with, we're willing to jump through whatever hoops we need to, but we need your guidance. And so that was the beginning of the conversation in February of 21. After some additional correspondence and some meetings and research, as noted in the emails from the city staff, the city approved. As you know, you have the letter. And they also explicitly recognized in that letter that the special use requirements of 88328 don't apply because it is accessory composting, including the expansion as Dan described it. I'd like to just take a minute. This is kind of off script, but like Anna was showing you the different pictures over time of the composting area expanding. That's just because the aerial photos were updated as they were building it. So they built one side first, they built the second side, but that was always the plan. The plan was always to build the facility specifically to hold the amount of compost that they had described. So I just wanted to make that clear. It was that those photos are not evidence that they expanded beyond what was described. Importantly, in one of the last emails from Jared, I think it's from Jared Clements, he says that the special use code provisions would only apply in the future if the farm decides to start selling the compost, and that they could revisit and go through what we now understand to be the entitlement process, right? The MPD is exactly what the city contemplated in that March 2021 use approval. And that is now, where we're at. We understand and we're willing to submit to that entitlement process. And again, the preferred approach that's shared between all of us is that it be through approval through the MPD. But seeking that rezoning doesn't automatically admit that herbivore has been operating outside of its use approval or that composting is a violation. Yeah, and I'm looking for some feedback from you that you're still following me. Just because they are acknowledging that perhaps now is the right time to go through that process and formalize as a composting facility does not mean that it has been a composting facility prior to now. Yes, they exceed the 40 cubic yard capacity. That's clear. But
where's the 40 cubic yard in the code? I'm having trouble.
It's an 88-32802, I believe.
Oh, well, but that's not for an accessory. That's for.
Principal use.
Right. Right.
Is there a 40 cubic yard that refers to anything over that is not an accessory use? I thought that's what
No, there's not.
staff addressed that, because I thought that's what you were saying.
So your question is, if it is automatically above 40 cubic yards, is it a principal or an accessory use? What we're saying is if it's above 40 cubic yards, that it's a composting facility. And in this case, there are two principal uses on the property, the composting facility and the urban agriculture.
40 cubic yards is specifically referenced in the definition, 88-810-365.
Of a composting facility.
Yes, a facility specializing in the composting of more than 40 cubic yards of one or more organics. 88-810-365.
But composting is also allowed as an accessory use to a farm. There's no specific standard for what makes it an accessory use to a farm.
In 2021, what was described to city staff, they perceived that information to mean that what they were doing was accessory.
Okay.
But now we believe the snapshot of the composting at this time requires entitlement.
Because it's changed.
Because it is a principal use.
But are you saying the operation has changed to make it a principal use? Because back in 2021, they were saying 1,000 to 1,500 yards of material annually.
That they would take in that much material.
Right.
And the site can hold roughly that amount of material. So to have that much compost implies that they've taken in more than that amount.
So this is a difference between like a fixed amount versus a rate. So the code describes a fixed amount, 40 cubic yards, which is like a structure. Whereas the 1,500 mentioned previously, that could be within 40 cubic yards. It's just at a certain rate comes and goes.
Correct.
So they're different numbers. They're not really comparable.
Correct.
Okay.
I would assume that the definition of composting facility as a specific principal use doesn't necessarily contemplate it being accessory to a farm.
Correct.
What is there any portion of the code that it talks about this accessory use in respect to an urban farm?
No.
Okay. Sorry, you can.
No, that's okay. It's confusing and it's honestly, it's gray area, right? So, just referring back to my slide about accessory composting, this is the place where we see the definition is 88-310-030, and it's about subordination in area, extent, and purpose, and customarily found in conjunction with the principal use.
Well, okay, 88-310 is adult businesses and adult media.
Oh, okay, maybe I have a typo in my slide. I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. Wow. All right. Am I blushing now? Sorry about that.
It's 8:10.
That was the case a
Thank
couple
you.
months ago.
But again, circling back to my interpretation of this, having looked at it closely and looked at the correct provisions, not the adult businesses, is that accessory composting does not have a quantitative limit. And so there's not an automatic threshold where it stops being accessory in the agricultural sense. That's why it's different. So where am I in my presentation? But getting back to, you've seen this slide before. This is the same one I presented last January. And these measurements were taken and prepared by an architect, Charlie Vega, who also appeared and provided testimony in the January hearing and has since written to provide more supportive testimony. The design of the facility is to hold 1,148 cubic yards. So that has been our position the whole time, is that we are underneath the 1,500 cubic yards annual capacity, and the site as it operates allows for rotation. You know, as Anna said, compostable material breaks down over time and reduces in volume and is cycled through. It's not a landfill, right? It's not growing in size. You then have the finished compost and you use it and you move it out. So it's cycling through. There's not any requirement. There's no legal requirement to track how much you are bringing in. There's no legal requirement like you have at a landfill where you have a scale, you have a tipping scale. They drive the truck in and they weigh it and they keep records. There's no similar requirement here.
The email said take in, and so that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just
Well, it was an estimated, just kind of for the purpose of the use approval conversation, this is how much we think it will be. And then the facility, as they were designing it to hold what they thought would be the flow coming through.
But it says take in annually, so it.
Right. Yep. So even though a quantitative limit doesn't apply, Herbivore has demonstrated with its factual evidence that it has done what it said it would do within the amounts described to the city prior to the approval. They've tried to be consistent and transparent throughout this process, and this is part of that.
One question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your number here, 1148. It says 1148 yards. I assume that's cubic yards.
It is.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry that I must have just gotten lazy on putting the
No, you're fine.
superscript in. Okay, since our last substantive update last January, as Anna mentioned, the city has come out and has inspected and measured. And Mr. Duddy is here today. He was the inspector who performed the measurements. And what I've provided is in your packet as well is his email to Director Vasquez discussing his findings. And in that, he confirmed, his measurements showed the maximum capacity of the composting area to be around 1,100 cubic yards, which is consistent with the information that we provided. It's a little bit of discrepancy, but pretty close. In our view, the city's inspection confirmed what Herbivore has been saying all along, which is that the composting facility was never in violation of the city's codes because they built this facility with the capacity to hold what they described and what was approved in that March 2021 approval letter. Herbivore has not exceeded this capacity and does not sell the compost. So I put together a recap slide, which maybe, I like to beat a dead horse, I guess. But what they told the city they would do, what the planning department approved, was collect the food waste for a fee and drop it at the farm. And that's what they do. They said they would not sell the compost, and they don't. They do use 90 or more % of it and donate any that they don't use back to the community and to compost collection members as part of their subscription. They specifically said the special use setbacks cannot be met on the site. Again, circling back to why they can't move it somewhere else. Further reason for that, just to be transparent, is they took that just design that I showed you and got approvals from the state for environmental compliance. So they have an exemption from the solid waste regulations under which they have to meet certain requirements. And one of them is that they can't have runoff from the facility onto other properties. So the only location where that's possible is where it's currently located. And it's a reason we can't make the change that has been requested by City Council to move it further away from residences somewhere else on the property. Going back to this slide, just to quickly finish it up, their annual estimated volume was approximately 1,500 cubic yards, and that's what they believe that they are doing. And the total site capacity, again, is another way to consider that. So it's around 1,100 cubic yards or 1,148. So the only conclusion that we think is appropriate here is that composting what has been within the use approval and was never a violation in the first place. And we're asking you to uphold the appeal on that count going forward. Before I move on, do you have any other questions about composting that we should get into?
Kristen, I don't have any more questions, but you're going to run up a time limit here pretty quick. So are you?
I can cover this in about 2 minutes because I practiced.
Because there's 3 more.
Yeah.
You know, there's a total of 4 issues.
Yeah.
You've only gone through 1, and that was 45 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And we also have to give staff a restroom break sometime.
Okay.
So how much more time do you need to continue these 2 or 3 or 4 conditions?
I was planning to do it honestly in 2 to 3 minutes. So I think I can do that. As for shipping containers, I've already covered this a little bit, but our position is that these are accessory farm equipment storage buildings. They are within the setbacks and they are within the allowed sizes. Accessory structures in R80 are allowed up to 8,000 square feet and up to 35 feet high. And the largest ones that are on Herbivore site are 320 square feet and 8.5 feet high. We have understood that they could not be permitted because they are too small. And so I think there's some misunderstanding perhaps or further conversation needed if a permit is required for these. But Herbivore has viewed them as the same as, you build a shed in your backyard that you buy at Home Depot. It's just a different type of material. So that's the shipping container we would ask you to uphold, to grant the appeal and find that it is not a violation. As for paving and parking, the pictures clearly show the first 25 feet are not paved. But as you understand, the gravel driveway that enters the farm extends from a gravel right-of-way. This has not been maintained by the city. And even though that's the case, even though this is a required access point to the farm because of the permitted home and the permitted buildings. So, gravel driveways are common in the area. This is something that we were addressing as a deviation through the MPD. And so, whatever you find, we're asking that you give us stay of enforcement until the MPD is decided. And then, if it's something that they do need to correct and change, that you would do so, you would give them time to do so. Okay, last one. And this is a very important one, but I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. I just want to note, there is an inherently commercial nature to farming, right? You grow things, you have livestock in order to sell a product. And this is recognized in R80 zoning and the urban agriculture codes that our city has. Farmers need to be able to sell all of their produce and they need to be able to work together. This is something that we've understood, that these guys understand way more than I do and more than probably anybody in this room. For Herbivore, selling all of their produce includes crops, meat, eggs, and honey. And there's perhaps a question of whether that fits neatly within the definition that is within the codes. They also do work with 4 other farmers to sell farm products that are produced elsewhere as part of their CSA. So they're allowed to have a CSA for their own products, and their CSA happens to include some bread, cheese, ferments, and yogurt from other farmers. And this is a way to, provide a more robust produce package to their customers. It doesn't increase the traffic. It is a way for them to support other local farmers, and these are seasonal activities. Obviously, having their CSA market is April to November, so it's not currently happening right now, and your decision today will affect next market season and what operational changes they may need to make. But if you do find this is a violation, because this is addressed in the MPD as a rezoning to allow retail sales, we would ask for a stay of enforcement until the MPD is voted on and time to correct. Okay, finally, I am wrapping it up. Looking at this map, you've seen it before, you have it in your hands. We've not requested a repetitive public testimony today, but you know that the city, that the neighbors, that lots of Brown Estates residents support this farm. The properties shown in green, 13 of the 17 immediately adjacent property owners support composting on the farm. They support the MPD and rezoning. And if you zoom out, more than 70 neighbors have written letters of support. They've shown up to testify. They have continued to support throughout this whole process. Lots of people are here today, as you see. And I provided a summary in the back of your packets. It's that orange tab that shows the names and addresses of people who have written supports who are Brown Estates neighbors. We do ask that you hear from the neighborhood association president, who wasn't, this mic is weird all of a sudden, who wasn't able to be heard last January because of a technology issue. And I mean, will you raise your hand if you're here to support Herbivore today? So there's that. Additionally, the board has not yet heard from Stan Slaughter, who works for Missouri Organics and is a local composting expert. He is the author of Mark's Climate Action Plan, and he has described Herbivore's composting as a model to replicate, not to shut down. So you will hear from him. So final ask is that we are asking you to find composting was never a violation in the first place based on the use approval. And if you do find any of the other violations to be upheld, that you would impose a mandatory stay of enforcement pending the vote on the MPD. And I'll take questions if you have any.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. The board members are encouraged not to discuss this case in the back room. And we'll be back at 3:30 to continue this action. Your 2 people, Kristen, that you want to speak, I think his name was Dan and someone else. Were they part of the 5?
They were, yes.
Okay, good. Just want to be sure about that. Thank you. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. I know. We good? Great. Thank you for in the virtual audience and in the live audience. We took our short 10-minute break. Kristen, you were kind of finalizing your responses. We're going to open up to board members for questions, whatever they may be, and then we'll hear from the people who want to speak on these issues. Board members, any other questions?
I do have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Starting with violation number 4. With the retail sales, I'd like to dig in a little more on that. So you sell some portion of products that are not produced on site, that are produced by other farmers. Are those products then subsequently picked up on site?
Yeah, why don't you guys just answer? Is that okay?
Yeah,
I
those
don't-
products are picked up on site.
Okay. And then looking at violation number 2 with the temporary storage, I guess we'll start with the applicant, but I also have questions of staff. You said this was permitted, or it was unclear whether you got official permits or whether you thought that you weren't supposed to get permits.
Yeah, you want me to clarify
Yeah.
that piece? So, what the photos showed were several different shipping containers. There is a shipping container located near the composting facility that is used as a shed, and it is not permitted because they have understood that they could not get a permit for that shipping container. There were photos of other shipping containers located around the site that were on the site for the purpose of building a permitted barn and have since those photographs were taken, been incorporated into that building. So correct me if I'm wrong, there's one shipping container that is on your property that's not incorporated into the permitted building.
There are 2 that are not incorporated into the building. There is one that is 320 square feet, so exceeding that 200 feet that square feet that Anna had mentioned, but well under that 8,000 square foot accessory storage limit for urban agriculture or for agricultural properties. And then number 2 is a 20-foot shipping container, which would they're 8 by 20 feet long. You did the math, it's 160 square feet. So that should fall within underneath that 200 square foot.
Okay, so if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, you have several different shipping containers on the property.
Yes, bring your microphone closer.
Some
Thank
of
you.
which are incorporated into a permitted structure, and 2 of which are not, but you're under the belief that they did not require permitting.
Correct.
Okay. Staff's response, I guess, is.
Yep. So anything over 200 square feet requires a building permit. Now, a different zoning districts, for example, like the R80 and the AGR zoning district, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head, you can have a bigger accessory structure, but it still would be subject to building permits. So for an R6, maybe the size of a detached garage is 600 square feet, and it could be bigger in this zoning district. Regardless of size, if it's above 200 square feet, it would be subject to building permits. Now, the barn they're referring to is under the permit review process. It expired, and it has not been reissued yet, if I'm using the correct verbiage.
Okay, so.
So saying that it's permitted is a little inaccurate.
So the barn piece there, it was referring to the shipping containers that are incorporated into what they believe or have believed is a permitted structure.
There are shipping containers a part of that barn permit project, yes.
Okay, but it's staff is saying that it has maybe touched on the permitting review process but has not completed it?
Correct.
Okay.
If I can add to that, this was part of the unfair treatment of herbivore. So they reopened that permit to finish the barn. And when they went, it was about to expire in June of last year. They went to the city planning department and asked for an extension so that they could finalize that under the open permit. And they were denied because there's a hold on all permits because of their perceived violator status.
Because the appeal case has been filed and active, that is why there's the hold on the property.
It's pretty typical for an appeal case to basically cut off a lot of stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but so unfortunately, then the effect is
Right.
we got a permit, it was in the process, and now they're calling it unpermitted. A difference of understanding.
So on violation number 2, is the violation related to the detached containers or the barn or both?
The violation related to the shipping containers is related to all shipping containers on the property, regardless of their status.
Okay. That aside, and I guess on violation number 3, the vehicular use area, the applicant, you believe that the gravel area is grandfathered. Could you expand a little more on that? Or I may be misinterpreting what your argument is there. I think it was brief.
It was very brief. You're not wrong. What I was saying, and then I will let them add to it because they know more of the history than I do, is that the gravel driveway entering from the Fremont Avenue right-of-way, which is a gravel street, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. We're not trying to present that the first 25 feet are paved. They are not. The understanding at the time was that a gravel driveway, why would you pave the edge? Just gravel to gravel makes sense. I don't know that I said the word grandfathering, but what I was trying to communicate was the plan in the MPD is to resolve this as a variance, to allow them to continue to have some unpaved spaces, gravel places, but as they would develop future buildings and things that are commercial in nature, that those areas would have paving pursuant to the requirements.
Yeah, I will say, as one board member, I'm not particularly concerned with the MPD process at this point. I think it was relevant to us in terms of pausing the case to see if it could be resolved by other means. But at this point, these violations are, in my eyes, separate from the MPD. So that's just my thought. I'm going to pull up the specific wording of the violation here in a moment. But if the other board members have questions, or if you have.
Well, I just wanted to add to the retail sales piece, just so you guys know, to make it very clear. The retail sales from other farmers is less than 10% of the total that we sell. 90+% of what we sell is products from our farm. So it will not change the traffic, and we can easily stop selling those 10% of products. So just to make that clear. And also on the gravel, we had no idea that the first 25 feet need to be paved. It was just a misunderstanding. The codes are, they're complicated. And when we got our building permits for both our home and our barn, the city understood that the Fremont right-of-way was the only access to our home and our permitted buildings. And they never at that time told us that we needed to pave that portion of that access. So, it just came as a surprise because we did talk a lot with the city about the Fremont Avenue Row access. So it was surprising that didn't come up at that time. And I think it was our understanding too, because there's gravel driveways all over the Brown Estates neighborhood that, I don't know, perhaps they're grandfathered in or that gravel is legal. I don't, but again, those things can be remedied through paving. They may be somewhat arbitrary though, in terms of, Fremont Avenue is a gravel street. And then suddenly you'll have 25 feet of pavement and then you'll go back to gravel.
A question for staff. The violations on Violation number 3, it's not just the 25 feet, is it my understanding that I think I recall you also saying that the parking spaces also needed to be impervious, and there was something else? I think that was it.
Correct. The code reads that for an R80 zoning district, that they are permitted to have gravel drives, and their residential parking spots can be gravel, but any parking spots associated with any of the non-residential uses must be paved, and the first 25 feet of the drives must be paved. And I will note, I've pulled up the expired permit for the barn, and I do also have the site plan for the home, and none of them show a connection to either Bennington or 55th Terrace.
Okay. I think that was questions I had for now, but I will say I would be interested in tackling violations 2, 3, and 4 prior to the others. Just putting that out there, but that's my thought.
How many parking spaces do they have that would need to be paved?
I do not know that number off the top of my head.
Dan, do you know?
But you know they have parking spaces used in there.
Yeah, we can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I would say 25 total.
Usually I agree with everyone at my table around me. I feel first one on recycling needs to be decided. And then perhaps the other 2, 3, and 4, we wait for CPC action on, or with an MPD. We waited on MPD before, and I told these guys before, Kristen in particular, that we're kicking the can down the road, but the can will stop at today's meeting, at least on some of these issues. So that's where I wanted to, and if we have to resolve the shipping containers and the other couple issues here, that's fine too. But we can also stay with, kick it off docket until MPD comes around. But I do feel issue number 1, this board needs to resolve today.
Yeah, I'll clarify. I think we should resolve all of them today.
Okay.
I was just saying in terms of order of operations, I think those other 3 are easier to tackle. So I think
Right.
tackle them first. I think that makes more sense. But I mean,
Okay.
that's just my thought.
It's good thoughts. So. And Kristen, to remind you, we have Mr. Gorence in the virtual audience as a voting board member. But the 5 of us, that's the 5. There's no others. Okay.
Go to public testimony.
Oh, yeah. God, I forgot it. Thank you. Public testimony. Sorry, totally spaced it. The 5 on the support. Let's go with support first. 2 minutes. Meredith, thank you. Or less.
My name's Stan Slaughter. I work for Missouri Organic Recycling. We sell the ground up leaves that they use to be the base of their compost at Herbivore, but I've known them personally for 20-some years. I was in a phone booth with 3 or 4 other people when we decided to start a food system in Kansas City in 1985. And now we've got a lot of food system. And if you could pick a farm to exemplify what we want to see in a food system in Kansas City, it would be Herbivore. These are hardworking people. They don't have that many tractors or very many pieces of equipment. They make better compost than Missouri Organic makes. They quit buying ours so they can make their own. And they make it better than we do. And they put it in by hand. These are hardworking people. And I was going to talk about sizes of compost bins and all of that, but Kristen covered it. And I sit on the board that writes the Mid-America Regional Council Solid Waste Plan for Kansas City. And this is something we want. Missouri Organic needs to expand to take more food waste. We only take 7% of the food waste in the city, 300 customers, 50 tons a day. But the next step cost about $10 million for us. We need regional composting facilities all over the city that look like this, and with the MPD and the roof and all the things they're talking about. This is a step we need to take. It's uncharted territory. Somebody's got to step out on a limb. They did. And I guess we're asking you guys to go along with them if you can.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Next up.
Good afternoon, members of the BZA. My name is Michael Jacobs. I live at 5800 Crystal, just a few blocks away from the farm, and I am the current president of the Brown Estates Neighborhood Association. And in the past, that allowed me 5 minutes to speak. Is that still in effect?
No, not today.
Not today. All right, then.
2 minutes.
I'll keep it brief. As you know from experience, we're all in favor of the farm. Virtually the entire neighborhood loves the farm. We were here 15 years ago to advocate for the farm to come to our neighborhood, and they've been great. Now, personally, I have to say, I feel there's something much more going on here than what we see and what we hear. I suspect that someone powerful and influential behind the scenes has plans to make life so hard for the farmers that they can get them to off their property and acquire that property for development. You may know that the city has been promising for decades to bring the city sanitary sewer into our neighborhood. You may remember, possibly not, over 20 years ago, a very prominent developer here in town intended to build 52 houses right on that very property where the farm sits now. 52 medium income, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage homes, he called them. And the only reason he couldn't do that is because of the lack of the sanitary sewer. Now, ever since then, the city has been telling us year after year, the sewers are coming, the sewers are coming. Well, if they ever get here, then that is going to make that property much more desirable in the eyes of a developer. I strongly suspect there's someone behind the curtain pulling the strings, and that's why I think they're making it so hard for the farmers and giving them such strict scrutiny. I think these so-called complaints, such as the traffic for 3 hours a day, once a week, or the compost, these are just decoys, a smokescreen to hide what's really going on.
Mr. Jacobs, the bell went off. Finish up. You got 30 seconds.
I may not speak for everyone in Brown Estates, but I'm sure I speak for the vast majority when I say we would much prefer our city, our neighborhood, our planet need the farm right where it is more than we need another housing project.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Appreciate your testimony. Next.
Hi, I'm Dan Morales. Well, I hope I don't break any codes because this seems like a real pain in the neck. We've lived in Brown Estates for 48 years. We're directly across the road on Bennington from where the farm sits. They have every step of the way talked to us through email or personally walking down the street, talking to us. And we've seen all of the different, all the different permits and those kinds of things, and are well aware of what's going on. For over 35 years, I'm a certified arborist and have been for over 35 years. And I applaud the effort of these that, some of these people don't take steps as they go along to do these things. So I applaud these guys for trying every step of the way to get along with the city. Like I said, 35 years as a certified arborist, and I worked for a commercial company that did tree work, and I've seen large operation compost operations, and I've worked with almost every municipality on this side of the state in that role. And I know how hard it can be to meet all the codes and to follow all the rules. and I know what bureaucracies can do. So I really encourage you to work with these guys as much as you can. It's really difficult, and you hear one thing at one time from one person, and you hear something from someone else at another time. I'm also a scouter, and as part of that, I think that we have an obligation to the youth as they come along. And this kind of operation is the kind of operation that we can use as an example. Youth need to see possibilities, and through seeing those possibilities, they can determine potential outcomes. So I'm in full favor of these, and my wife and I have enjoyed being across from the farm and enjoy watching our little piece of the country.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Appreciate your testimony today. Good afternoon.
Hi, you ready? Hi, my name's Jen Schrader. I'm a resident and small business owner in Kansas City, Missouri. I published a guest commentary in the Star the other day, and I want to share a brief excerpt. Share some separate comments. Imagine this. You're a small business owner in Kansas City, and you're considering expanding your operations into a related industry. You read the city's zoning code, and you see a requirement with which you cannot comply, but you're not sure whether that requirement applies to you. So you reach out to the City Planning and Development Department, which is responsible for interpreting and enforcing the zoning code. The department does its research and tells you that the requirement identified does not apply to you. You receive confirmation of zoning compliance in writing on official Kansas City letterhead. Having this assurance in hand, you invest nearly $500,000 expanding your business operations. 2 years later, the Planning and Development Department sends you a letter. Remember that requirement you asked them about? The one they said, in writing, on official city letterhead, does not apply to you? Well, officials have decided that it does apply to you and that you're in violation of the law. And because you cannot comply, as you told them at the outset, this effectively shuts down the operations in which you just invested $500,000. As you make your decision today, I ask that you consider the broader implications of this case. It's really much larger than herbivore. If a small business owner can't trust guidance that it receives in writing on city letterhead from the city in making major business decisions, then how can any entrepreneur run a business here? And that really hits home with me as a small business owner myself and many small business owners that I've talked to. So many residents and small business owners throughout the metro are watching this case today to see how the city responds to that very question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schrader. Appreciate it. Let's hear from the opposition. That was the 4 that they presented. Is that right, Kristen? Sorry.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have a couple of people who have raised hands online. Are you interested in taking?
Only if they're in opposition, because we promised up to 4 people in opposition. We have the first one in front of us. You're going to have to query that somehow. Thank you.
Is it possible to know whether they are or not?
We won't know until.
I suspect that one is. I'm not sure about the second.
Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody, Commissioner and BZA folks. First of all, I don't know this gentleman. I've been out in the neighborhood for 40 years. I don't think there is a Brown Estates Association. I think that's a claimed thing. I don't know. I haven't seen any document and have been looking for it. Regarding the vacation, I just want to make some fact checks here. My family spent several $1,000s to follow the city's process on the vacation, which includes all 75% of the perimeter property owners have to agree that they want the city to vacate. And the vacation was fully signed off by all city departments, utilities, including the fire department. And there's no additional documentation from the fire department otherwise. There is no road outside of 5500 Bennington. Their address is down a block and half a block over. Now, where they're entering the farm is based on a map that was given to me and my husband when we acquired the property that's right there. They are outside of their property, their property lines. What they're saying, they're using words to persuade. It's the art of persuasion. Calling it a street, calling it a road, calling it a driveway, whatever it is, 75%, more than 75% of the owners of the property of the perimeter that we're talking about on that right of way signed up and agreed that we wanted the city to vacate. And then that plan that he did talk about is 60-year-old plan too. It has no meaning for us as property owners there. The number of residents approving the compost, I am sorry to use this language, but it is just a bold-faced lie. I am in touch with my neighbors. I know who's next to me, who's across the street, and what have you. And one of the reasons why Dan and Brooke, their character is questioned, I asked for permission, you were going to let the gentleman go a little bit longer, and I'm the only one here, is because they have encouraged, by maintaining a post of the lady named Molly, a character assassination of me and my family. They dug up public information about property records, about my marriage records, and they post them and maintain them on their Facebook page today. I don't understand how, if the farm cannot meet the 250-foot clearance from the house, why we're still discussing it. I don't even understand that. After a wedding one night at 11:30, there were 20 people hanging out in front of my house, some sitting on some of my personal property. Not knowing who they were or where they came from, I called the police. Uber had been given my address to pick these people up. I learned later they were attending a wedding at the farm. But when the police arrived, everyone was gone, and the police were there for about 15 minutes. I have been working with the community policing. They said call them every time you have any kind of concerns. But the Facebook page said we had the police there for 3 hours monitoring the comings and goings of that's why the compost that's in front of the property is at 5500 Bennington, which is most of the time on the ground, is the compost that there is what the state authorized, not the big large composting operations. And I've seen animal carcasses in that compost as well. That's the free carcass, that's the free compost that's been given away. I have photos of that. As a resident, I must ask the committee, where are the studies in the planning? Nobody is against the farm. We love the farming thought of it, yes. I just got 2 sentences to go. The planning part of it, the farming, we don't have any issues there, but where's the safety studies for our streets? There's hundreds of cars. If there's 150 cars on one night when they're gonna sell produce, you know they're gonna grow. We want them to grow. But that's, you're talking about another several hundreds every day. I'm gonna stop, I'm right there.
All right.
But where's the safety, compost emissions, street capacity, density, responsibility for maintenance? Where is all that information? And finally, neighbors agree that the staff did not err in their assessment of the violations.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. I really do. Thank you. All right, board members, we've heard a lot of
We have online.
concerns.
You have 2 other people online. They have not responded whether they're opponents or they're in support.
All right, let's.
This is Deborah Neighbors. You know that I have followed this case since
Ma'am,
day
you
one.
haven't been
Hold on,
recognized
hold on,
yet.
Miss Neighbors, stand
Okay.
by. Are you in
Okay.
support or opposition of this motion?
Opposition.
I am in opposition.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to swear you in.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want to get left out.
Then you're going to have 2 minutes. Raise
Okay.
your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do, Chairman
Yeah,
Ebitz.
and your name again?
Deborah Neighbors.
Thank you, Ms.
Chairman-
Neighbors. Tell us your concerns.
Chairman Ebitz, I object to the time limit that we have always been held to. She got 45 minutes to talk about the compost, as important as it is to her client, me acting pro se today, and for the neighborhood coalition. I feel like we should have an additional amount of time. Brown Estates Neighborhood Coalition is a recognized registered group with the city, but I digress. I just want to say that the composting letter that they keep touting, all Jared Clements knew about was the little dumpster that is at the front of that property. It is in an attachment to the case, a PowerPoint slide. If you look through that PowerPoint slide, it addresses each and every one of these violations. We never have time to present it to you. So I'm hoping that you all have looked at all the documentations. The rodents, the smell, The lack of the ability of their infrastructure to create the proper distance between the neighbors is a problem. If their ambitions exceeds the infrastructure, we should not have to suffer behind it. The CPC said yes to the NPD. The NPD said no. The city council said, no, you need to get this back to a special use permit allotted space. That goes back to the back of the property, and you move the road that would come up and kick up dirt right on my property line. And the fact that they are so bold as to not want to do it shows you that they believe that they are above the law, just like they did when they were at Bad Seed. The composting, that letter, they did not tell Jared Clements that they were going to purchase an entire composting company. They have over 3,000 subscribers, $20 to $30 per month, and that's just on residential. That doesn't count the commercials, the bin swaps, and all of these other different avenues that they have for revenue. They can move this composting site somewhere else that it is more suited. Your staff report says it is unlikely that the composting should stay there because it is not conducive to the neighborhood. I just ask that you all, please, please, don't let them continue to violate and disturb our domiciles. It is not fair. My husband has been on this property for 30 years. I have been there for 13. And I am not understanding why we are still fighting 2 years later when they are clearly in violation. If they were not in violation, they would have never had to pursue the MPD. And I think Ms. Wright said it just right the last time we were here. Obviously, there's a problem. And I just ask that you hear the neighbors that share the boundary lines with this form. The state, when they got ready to go to the state, they sent an entire diagram of what they wanted this to look like. They didn't do that for the city. They scammed Jared Clements into thinking they were going to get this yardage out of this little dumpster. If they were serious about letting him know, they would have sent a diagram to them just like they did to the state. Nothing is catching the leachate that is coming off of there. Supposedly it goes down to the pond. The pond's not retaining water. There are leaks all over the place. Look at the case file. There are so many violations and inspections that are yet in place. They shouldn't even be living in the home that they're living in because they can't get that right. The potable sewage, there is runoff coming from that property. And we, the neighbors, are being affected. So I thank you for my extra time, sir, today.
Thank you.
Please
Thank you,
vote.
Ms. Neighbors. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
You have one other person,
Okay.
Karina.
Karina, can you turn on your camera and microphone?
Yes.
You in
Can you
support
hear
or
me?
opposition?
Opposition.
Okay. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
Please state your name again for the court reporter.
Karina Moultrie.
Thank you, Ms. Moultrie. What are your concerns?
My concern is that in the previous neighborhood planning previous meeting of neighborhood planning, it was already established that the gravel that was dropped was a violation. They just never received a citation for it because of this entire process. Let's see, what is it? Waterworks Department. I misplaced his name, but he stated in the hearing that you just can't create roads, and they did not have a permit for that. So to call it, it's not a street. It's a paper right of way that was never established for the last 57, 60 years. And to try to establish, grandfather that in as your personal driveway, and it's non-compliant to DOT standards, that's just a slap in the face to the neighborhood. Well, to 55th Terrace residents, I'll say that. Because the reality is, even if hypothetically you say, well, use that access. Well, if you use that access, that's not their, that's beyond their property line. So are they going to change their address? Because they're still not going to be on 55th Terrace. So that's pretty much my main concern, like the reality of dropping rock and then want to establish it. Oh, this street is not a street. It's a paper right away that is on parcel viewer that you drop rock on and try to establish it as such. And that goes against city and DOT standards. That's really what I needed to say. I just think that, accountability is accountability.
Thank you, Ms. Moultrie. I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Quick question, Karina. You mentioned 55th Terrace. Do you happen to live on 55th Terrace?
I am the applicant, one of the applicants for the vacation.
Okay.
Right. Thank you,
Mhm.
Ms. Moultrie. All right, that's everybody. All right, board members. We've had a lot of testimony, a lot of concerns, both for and against. But I think we need to take it to the next level.
I got some comments I'll make.
Okay.
I just want to say to everyone in the audience, everyone who showed up online, thanks for showing up. Thanks for giving testimony. Even if you didn't give testimony, I really appreciate it. I'm someone who's very civically involved. I've shown up. I know what it's like. You've been to so many meetings. So I just want to say thank you. And I want to also say, I get that this can be confusing. There's a lot of weird words and stuff. MPD, BZA, CPC, SUP. I'm sure it's very confusing to you all. I especially on these more complicated cases, I like to explain for the audience just very plainly what's happening here because it can be very confusing. What this board is, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, we don't make the code. Okay.
Microphone on.
Yes, maybe I need to speak a little closer. Thank you. Here at the BZA, we don't make the code. We interpret it, and in some cases we can grant what's called variances, or we can grant special use permits and what have you. But in this very specific type of case, it's what's called an appeal, which means that city staff made a determination of a violation, and the person who's been issued the notice of a violation disagrees with that, and they come to us to remedy that. And we have specific criteria by which we need to determine this case, and that criteria is whether or not we think staff erred in issuing that initial violation. So what that means from a practical perspective for you all is whatever decisions we make, it's not a judgment about urban farming or whether we think it's a good thing or a bad thing, or whether composting is a good thing or a bad thing. It's strictly an interpretation of the legal code that is written into law. Now, this MPD process, that's to change the law as it is, essentially. But before us, we have to make a determination about the specific facts of whether or not the applicant, which in this case is Urban Farm, Herbivore, violated the code in the way outlined by staff. So to clarify, again, we don't make the code, we interpret it. We also can't make people be good neighbors. Ideally, that's what our code would encourage. We can't make neighbors get along with each other. Again, strictly our job is to interpret the code. I'll also say there's methods by which some of these issues could have been remedied other than the appeal process. But since the case very specifically before us is an appeal case, we have to determine not whether or not we think we should grant, say, a special use permit for this, that, or the other. We have to determine whether or not staff was wrong in issuing this particular violation. So that's just kind of a summary of what the appeal is. And I wanted to get all that out there because I know this
I think
can be
that's the
confusing.
right way to go, Jazz. Thank you for telling everybody that. Thank you.
I would be willing to discuss one of these one by one. So.
Go ahead.
Oh, does anyone have?
Yeah,
any
anyone else
about-
have any comments? Maggie?
Want to start with like number 4 or something?
Sure.
The reverse order. So my thought on number 4, I think it's pretty clear that the that there was retail sales occurring on the site. We had a case just last month where we determined retail sales. It was an appeal case just like this, where it was even more vague, frankly. And we determined that you can't do retail sales on a residentially zoned lot. So as one board member, my opinion is that we should deny that particular appeal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little different because this is agricultural, and if it's a CSA under our code, it specifically allows retail sales, but it's
For products produced on site.
right.
And that's the issue here is some of those products were produced off site. So to deny this appeal is not to say you can't sell anything. It's to say if you're going to sell stuff, it only has to be the stuff that you're producing on site.
Not hearing any opposition to that, Jazz. You want to keep on going?
Should I make a motion or should I move on to the next one?
Well, you know, I don't want us to react to each individual point.
Okay.
So if you'd like to make that motion, and then we'll go to the next one.
I guess as a question for law, is it okay if I refer to it as violation number 4, or how should I refer to it?
I think you could refer to it as that, but then say just quick summary of what it is.
Quick summary,
Or
okay.
caption.
I move that on violation number 4, the violation regarding retail sales on the subject site, I move that we deny the appeal. Outside retail sales, I think I can clarify that. Retail sales of products produced off-site.
Right. I have a motion. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. A motion and second.
Torrance,
Nay. Nay.
Thank you.
Moran,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Nay.
Ebbets.
Nay. So that did not go through. So I feel it's such a small part of sales. I should have said that before. 10% is, to me, excuse me, is minimal. So that's why I voted nay on it.
Okay.
It's just real minimal above that. So, but I understand what you're saying, Jazz. It was just, if they were selling 40 or 50%, definitely I would have been an aye. But with 10%, that's so minimally amount. And I'm taking testimony from the applicant that she says it is less than 10%. So that's what I'm going by.
Does the code mention a threshold by which products produced off-site?
I don't think so.
No,
No.
it does not. But in the same vein, that means that they could sell 50% of products produced off-site with that determination.
I would note as a procedural matter, it requires 4 votes to approve an appeal.
Right.
So you have not taken any action on number 4.
Correct.
If
Correct.
someone wanted to make a motion in the opposite,
Yes.
but it would require 4 votes.
My opinion is that the code doesn't say, oh, you can have this percentage or that. I mean, in the code, it does say that. I mean, we had that with the adult use case.
Right.
Where they talked about percentages. And in this case, if there's no percentage, I don't think that the particular amount matters. If they violated the code, they violated the code. But again, just one board member.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess my only question about that would be, under the CSA standards, it encourages the farm to work with its members, I think it calls it. And I don't know whether some of those products came from members. So I'm a little confused about that. Because I mean, that whole CSA model is, you don't really sell stuff in general. You have members that are permitted to get stuff and from you. And so I have mixed feelings about that, but
Is it possible to clarify anything, or are we done? Do you need any clarification?
Sure, take a few minutes here.
So one thing I would point out is on CSAs in general is, pardon me, and it's very common for CSAs to source, to collaborate with other farms and to sell products from multiple producers. And one local example of that is the Rolling Prairie CSA in Lawrence. It's a CSA that's been going for probably 30 years, and they are a collaborative of several different farms that cooperate, and one farm grows the tomatoes, another farm grows this, another farm grows that, and they collaborate so that they can offer a variety of products to their members. Ours, and so if a farm has a crop loss, then it kind of buffers against that. So that's a very common use of CSA. And I would add then to that that our model is not quite structured that way, because we do produce all the crops that are coming into the farm. We just have a few supplemental items, as you said, very small percentage of the overall picture. So.
And I would add too, because I totally understand Jazz's more cut and dry interpretation of it. Like, I get that logical way of thinking. And yeah, what if suddenly it wasn't 10%, it was suddenly 50% and then 60%. So I would say that we're willing to put a cap on it if that's something we can do. I don't know if that's, I'm just saying that we're willing to, I'm not planning on selling more than that. So, I'm willing to agree to something is my point.
yeah, unfortunately, we can't do it as part of this process because
Sure.
this is an appeal. So they could do it as part of the MPD.
Yeah.
Which is kind of my point earlier, is that right now we have to strictly interpret the code as it's written and not, go outside of that.
What about a stay of enforcement on violation number 4, Jazz?
I'd be open to a stay of enforcement, sure.
Want to go?
Sure. How long are we thinking? Like,
Well, it's stay of enforcement is.
So I recommend then,
Or
Continue.
what's the other one you said? Not stay.
we'll continue off docket violation number 4 with fee. When the case is ready to be reheard, we'll renotice for just violation number 4.
oh, okay. So that would be a continuance,
Yes,
essentially.
yes.
Okay. I thought you meant like,
Yeah, I did. I said it the wrong way, but she said it the right way.
okay. I mean, I would prefer that we get these, I mean,
So do
the facts of the case are not going to change.
Exactly.
So I think we should get these out of the way.
Okay.
That's my opinion as well.
I just feel the MPDs at some point's got to come before council.
Yeah.
They're looking to us today, and these guys are looking to us today to make a decision. So I can definitely make a decision on a couple of these. I'm just, violation number 4 seems pretty minimal in the total scheme of things, Jazz.
Yeah, I mean, I figured
Yeah.
we could get the small
Right.
stuff out of the way
Okay,
first.
I agree. Go ahead and, so I don't make the motions, I just listen to them.
So do we want to talk about violation 1 so that if there is some kind of continuous off the docket, we could determine how many of these need
Right.
to be continued?
Sure.
I mean, I have an opinion about violation number 1. I don't agree with staff, and it pains me to say that, but on their, the 40 cubic feet under the definition of composting facility, to me, that reads like it's applying to separate composting facilities. So if I buy a piece of land and want to use it for a composting facility, and I'm producing 40 cubic feet, to me, that would come within that. But if I've got a farm that's producing compost and more than 90% of it is being used for the farm, to me, that's a clear accessory use to the farm. And so I think that's probably where Jared Clements was coming from when he issued this letter in March of 2021. I mean, I don't think, if it was clear in the code that that he was just wrong, you know, the staff can't overrule the code. So I would ignore this if it was clear to me in the code that he was wrong. But he had the facts, and he said it's an accessory use to your farm. And I agree. If it's over 90%, if I'm producing compost in my backyard and I'm just using it in my garden, to me, that's not a composting facility. It's an accessory use to my residential use of the property. And, you know, they've got a farm. So I think it's an accessory use.
Jared Clemens is online if you want to hear it from him, exactly what was discussed in 2021.
I don't think I do, again, because I'm looking at the code, and I just don't think it's a principal use when they're producing compost to use on their farm.
I guess this is a question to the applicant. Approximately how much of your revenue comes from this composting program?
Are you asking like comparatively from the revenue generated from
So
farming?
if you get like as a percentage, if you get $100 of revenue, how much of that revenue comes from the composting program?
So I think there's a couple of different ways of answering that. There's clearly gross revenue, and then there's net revenue. The gross revenue from the compost is more than the farm's revenue. The net revenue from the farm exceeds the compost revenue. So, which is bigger? I don't know. I mean, they're two different.
Basically, he's saying that the costs associated with the compost business are so high that even though we technically make more gross annual income through the compost business, what we actually walk away with is less than what we net with the farm income. Does that make sense?
And what you're making in the composting business, that comes from charging people fees to bring
Right,
product to you.
our compost collective customers pay, for instance, $20 a month to have a bucket of compost picked up every week. And, you know, our compost business has employees, an operations manager works off-site. I mean, there's just a lot of costs associated with running that business.
But it's not from the sale of composting.
No. We don't sell compost. We donate about 10% of the compost that we produce to school gardens and other urban farms, and it's a really good thing.
Right.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because I think we've talked about how principal use cannot just be the square footage of the property, but also other things like revenue percentage and stuff like that. It looks to me like a principal use, in my opinion, but I'm just one board member.
I kind of disagree. It seems to me like an accessory use, but because they don't really make any money on it. They take in compost. People pay them to take it away from their home, put it in their compost area at 5500 Bennington, and then they take that compost and use it on the farm for trees and tomato plants and who knows what else. So to me, that's an accessory use, but I'm just one board member.
I just wanted to also mention that the farm began in 2010, and we built this compost site in 2021. So we've been operating as an urban farm for years and years prior to adding the composting business, which in my mind also kind of leans towards the accessory piece.
Okay, thank you.
And the code really doesn't deal with taking in composting, so. far as regulating it.
Yeah, it mostly talks about the facility. The only real definition we have to base off of is whether it's classified as a composting facility, which is defined as 40 cubic yards. But that's like a fixed cubic yards. It's not like a stream of cubic yards. And frankly, I think the email correspondence, I think that's where a lot of that confusion came from. At least that's the impression I get.
I'm not saying Mr. Day's not correct. I'm more saying that Jared Clemens a while ago gave them, seems to be authority to do the composting, and that's what I'm going off of. I like Mr. Duddy and I support him as much as I can. So that's my thought on violation number 1.
Yeah, and I recognize too that during this time, this was during the pandemic, and I'm sure staff was probably working from home and, confusing time. But yeah, when we interpret the code and give them a letter like this, I'm always, it upsets me to then turn around to the applicant and say, oh, we were all wrong.
I will say, I don't read this letter as approving what is currently there, because what they were talking about was 1,500 cubic yards per year, right? Which is ambiguous as to the size of the actual facility, which is what the code talks about. The code talks about 40 cubic yards, not per year, but just 40 cubic yards. So I read that as being a fixed amount at a given point in time. 1,500 cubic yards per year, if you're not an expert in composting, that could be ambiguous as to whether, what the size of the facility is, and it could have just been based off of what was existing there, or I don't know. I get why it would be a miscommunication, but I don't read the email correspondence as contradicting the code personally.
Okay. Thank you, JS. I'm looking north just because everyone's down that direction. So
We're a little skewed this way today.
yeah. Where are we going?
I can try a motion and see.
Sure, might as
see what
well.
you-
Might as well.
Okay, so on violation number 1, I move that we,
Related to
related to the composting facility, the composting operation on the site. I move that we grant the applicant's request to overturn the decision of the staff on this particular violation.
I have a motion on that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, is that clear, our motion?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Gorans,
Tom?
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Hayes,
nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. There's still other ones we've got to deal with here.
With regard to violation 3, I'm kind of confused about the road. The vacation request was for
And the vacation request really has no bearing
Okay,
on
but
the.
is that a road in our?
So
It
it's
is.
talking about this section here.
Oh, okay.
It is public right of way that has not been improved by the city.
Okay,
It's
we
not a
consider
public.
that a public right.
It is technically right of way, yes.
Okay.
But they are by code required to have 25 feet of improved from the right of way for their road.
Right, yeah, I get that part. I'm just confused about the road. So the vacation request was just for that piece that turns toward the property. It wasn't for the, because I heard that and I thought, well, they can't vacate that. There's houses on it, but, okay, but that is part of, in our records, the right angled part is part of 55th Terrace. Okay,
Parcel viewer shows it as a right of way, city right of way.
okay, all right, I was confused about that. But yeah, it seems to me that it clearly violates the code if they don't have 25 feet of pavement. I don't think it makes a lot of sense, but if that's what the code requires, and if they have 25 parking spaces without being paved, you know, so I don't know if we want to fine that's a violation, or like you suggested, hold it off the docket to see if maybe those kind of things can be resolved by the plan commission. Same with the storage containers. I don't understand why we would not process a permit for storage containers because of the appeals going on. I don't get that. So if they could fix that situation, or we could just, you know, hold that it's a violation and let them
Mhm.
deal with that separately. Because even if we hold it's a violation, that doesn't cause a fine or anything. The staff would still have to prosecute them, so.
I'll say I think violation number 2, I think, is pretty cut and dry. They don't have the 25 feet and they don't have the improved, I mean, they don't have the impervious parking spaces.
That's violation
About
3.
violation 3.
Oh, violation 3, sorry. So that's my opinion.
And you don't feel a stay of enforcement for 6 months? If you say yes, stay the enforcement for 6 months.
My concern is getting it off of our docket,
Okay.
getting it out of our hair.
Yeah, and I think that makes some sense.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
Because
it.
like I said, it's not going to really have any consequence to them unless staff decides to prosecute them for these violations. And if the MPD is still going on, I would think staff, well, I don't know what staff would do, but
Okay.
yeah, getting them off our plate, I think makes
All right.
sense.
So we can do that. We can do a stay of enforcement of, you mentioned 6 months?
Well, a stay of enforcement would indicate that they're found guilty of the issue, but code department would not enforce it for 6 months in hopes that
they would resolve
MPD
it in the
would
meantime.
resolve. So
I
it's
think
getting it
that's-
off our plate because we're going to enforce it.
I love that.
Okay.
I'll
Alright.
say that.
All right. So is that excuse me, violation 3?
Yeah, I mean, I'll make a motion if
Go
anyone
ahead.
else has any other comments on that.
Go ahead.
On violation number 3 related to the vehicular use area, I move that we deny the appeal.
With the stay of
Oh,
enforcement.
with a stay of enforcement for 6 months.
Motion? Seconded, someone?
Can I,
Oh.
once we deny the appeal, do we have authority over the case?
I don't think you've denied it.
I mean, I think we could continue it, but I think we can deny the appeal. I think it's out of our hands. So us issuing a stay of enforcement, I'm not sure.
Is there a procedural method for directing staff?
Mr. Chair, I have a question when you have time.
Go ahead, Mr. Garnes.
I'm kind of confused. I can't hear everybody. They need to get closer to the microphone, but I'm not understanding exactly what they're saying. Are we gonna say
So-
no?
Well, on number one, they got their wish on the recycling. And
Right.
we're now on 2, 3, and 4. And the condition was on, for instance, number 3. Excuse me here, let me look at this. Yeah, the vehicle use. We talked about finding them guilty of that code, but staying the enforcement for 6 months in hopes that an MPD would absolve them of having to do it. Allowing a gravel parking lot, so to speak.
And I think that makes sense. I'm just not sure. I think we maybe lose our jurisdiction once we've decided the case.
If I may offer some thoughts, there has to be a procedural, for direction or what the consequence of a violation would be from the BZA. So I'm sorry, I don't have the rules in front of me to check myself, but I'm just wondering if that's an option for
We'd
that
have
to be what you
prosecuted
use.
in municipal court for there to actually be a violation. We're just denying an appeal.
Mhm.
And then for actual fines or anything like that, staff has to take it to municipal court.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you deny it that you can put a condition on it for a stay. I don't see that anywhere in the code. So I think if you're going to deny it, it's denied.
Yeah, I think we'd have to continue it to have continuing jurisdiction.
A continuance would stay it, but
Right.
not a denial. I don't think you can condition a denial.
So if we want it off our plate, I think we just need to deny it.
Do we see all 4 going off our plate, though? I mean,
Well,
like,
one's off.
I understand that, it makes sense, that's what it says, but at the same time, I don't think it makes sense to go on gravel to hit 25 feet of concrete to go onto gravel. I get it. I mean, it's what the code is, but. I want these off our book too. I don't necessarily see all 4 of these going off of our plate today.
Then we do the option 4, the initial option from Anna, where we say off docket with the fee on items 2, 3, and 4, and let it come back to us in 6 months.
After MPD.
I'm of the opinion that if we know that there's a violation, we should just make that determination. I mean, the only reason we really ever continue is to get, at least since I've been on the board, is to allow these alternative means of remediation. That has gone on for over a year at this point. I think it's well past its welcome. I think we should just go with it. I mean, I think we should just deny it. If we can't do a stay of enforcement, I think we should just deny it.
What's MPD? Where'd she go? Kristen. Hi.
Well, I was just hiding it from you.
Where's MPD going? Where do you think?
With your decision about the composting, I think there is a chance that it could move more quickly, and I think that it could be approved.
Okay.
That's just my own personal thought.
Right.
It's not necessarily vetted with any council members at this moment. But I have had conversations, as I mentioned before, with council members who were of that opinion and had a read on others in that regard.
Right. Okay.
If we hold it off the docket, how would it get back to us?
They would indicate that they're ready to proceed and we would reactivate the case after
So if they're
re-notifying.
never ready to proceed, it just floats out there forever.
I guess we could dismiss the appeal from our perspective if the MPD went through and we didn't need to continue the appeal.
Right, it just seems to me we ought to set a time frame because
And
What would there
just,
be incentive to bring it
Yeah.
back up, especially if they know that we think these
Cl-
violations?
can I ask a question? I've heard the recommendation for continuance with fee, and can you let us know what
Yeah,
the fee
so
would
the
be?
fees, because we have to re-advertise. It's procedural. It's $136.
Okay.
It's not great, Kristen.
Yeah.
It's,
Well,
it's not $5 or
I just didn't
$1,000.
know if it was, $1,500 or, something
Well,
a
we
little
can
more
make it that.
substantial. No, thank you.
In the cases where the applicant is trying to develop something and wants this to get approved, it makes some sense to hold it off the docket and let them come back and tell you when they're ready. But in an appeal, I just don't know why they'd ever come back and tell you they're ready.
Because the appeal stays us from issuing permits.
Oh, okay.
So I
And they
think
need
it's in
permits
everyone's
for-
best interest if the appeals are acted upon so that they are able to obtain permits.
Okay, and there's some things they need permits for. Okay, all right, that changes my mind then. That makes sense.
Tummy's growling. Anybody have any ideas?
Okay, so I'll make a motion on violations 2, 3, and 4, that we hold them off the docket with fee.
Second.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck to you guys.
All right.
Thanks for
Thank you
coming.
so much for all your time.
And
attention.
again, as Jazz said, thank you so much to all the people who came down today, testimony both for and against. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. With that, hearing no other actions, we're dismissed. Recording stopped. Thanks, Tom. See you.
Yeah, drive careful, guys.